Yeah, we are live out at Broncos training camp. I am Mark Springer. Dan Tanner is sitting to my right. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. And DT, Jesse Trujillo, is helping us today as well. Good to see Jesse. DT, it's scrimmage day.
Yeah.
It's controlled scrimmage day, but scrimmage day nonetheless. A classic Saturday staple of Broncos training camp. This should be a good one.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see how the scrimmage goes without Sean Payton here. He's in Canton to give the introductory speech for Drew Brees' Hall of Fame. So it'll be curious. I think it's VJ and Rizzy, Sean said, that are going to be running the days that he's not here. Look, Vance Joseph has been a head coach, so he knows how to run a training camp practice and scrimmage. So I don't think anything's going to change without Sean Payton being here. I will note, Jesse pointed out, just saw Jalen Waddle walking around spring.
Okay.
And if you saw a video from a couple days ago, and in fact, if you go to Tyler Polumbus's Twitter, he posted the video, a very noticeable, concerning limp from Jalen Waddle. But we were just watching him, Jesse and I didn't see a limp. So that's good news. I mean, Sean Payton said 4 to 5 days, which when I saw the video of him limping around was shocking to me. But we were just watching him, and the limp has subsided, which is great news for Jalen Waddle and the Broncos offense.
Well, if you're going to pull a muscle, whether you're Nick Bonito or Jalen Waddle, now's the time to do it. August 8th. Early August, that's the time to do it. Okay, no Sean Payton today. He's in Canton. He's going to present Drew Brees into the Hall of Fame. And we saw before practice gets going here in a few minutes, before we went on the air, Davis Webb walked our way. That's a tall fella. I mean, it's a former NFL quarterback, not like a second, third string NFL quarterback, but a good mind. It looks like an athlete. That's a big dude. You know who he kind of looks like? And he's going to be out here at camp today. Davis Webb kind of looks like Mike Sanford. Did you see that? Did you see that, like in his face a little bit? The height. I saw some Sanford in Davis Webb, but Davis Webb was out here. He was doing some sprints. Now, his first couple sprints were pretty hard. Like, Davis Webb was going. He's hyping himself up. You think Sean Payton's doing sprints before practice?
No, I was telling you guys before the show, I bet you Sean Payton got hammered last night.
Yeah,
partying in Canton.
Yeah, he doesn't have any coaching responsibilities today.
This is the only
What do you
time,
think Sean's doing last night?
This is the only time, this time of year that Sean has the ability to just kind of go out and party and relax. I actually kind of like that Sean Payton is not here just for a couple days. And the only reason I say that is Sean is, if you read the Seth Wickersham piece, I mean, Sean is a football psycho, which, hey, that is not a criticism of Sean Payton. In fact, you want that out of your head coach. You want that out of your quarterback especially. You want that out of everybody, but especially the head coach and quarterback. You want those football psychos that are just obsessed with football. There is no doubt in my mind that Sean Payton and Bo Nix are both football psychos obsessed with football. But, Sean, just get away for a couple days, relax, and then come back and get ready for the start of preseason in the regular season. I think this could be kind of a good thing for the Broncos, with Sean being out for a couple days.
I mean, I'm gonna assume that Davis does his sprints every day. I'm not out here every day. I don't see it, but that just seems like a routine of his. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guesstimate that, but maybe a little extra pep in Davis Webb's step today.
With no Sean Payton looking over his shoulder?
Yeah, this is my day, baby. Yeah. This is my time to shine.
Well, it's his offense. And people say, well, it's still Sean's offense. Okay, I want to make that clear that it is still Sean Payton's offense, but I think Davis Webb is going to get more autonomy over the offense. And, according to everybody at our station that's been out here every day for training camp, the Broncos offense is going to look different this year, spring. They're going to use more motion. I think they're going to be a little bit more creative. Bo going into year 3. Year 3, I've always remembered this. Mike Shanahan, when Jay Cutler was here, Jay Cutler said, and Mike Shanahan talked about this, year 3 for a quarterback in the NFL is when you should have everything down. The playbook, you've seen every defense. Nothing on the defensive side surprises you. I think Bo is starting to think less of like, hey, this is the play we're running. No, he doesn't have to think about where his guys are going to be. Bo's going to be at the point of like, okay, now I can just read the defense, and I know what they're trying to do. And look, I think Davis Webb is going to try to just be a little bit more creative in the fact that Bo is at the point where he is now. I think he has the ability to do that where they can be a little bit more creative, because his first couple years he was just trying to figure everything out, and Sean wasn't able to open up the playbook completely. I think they're going to be able to do that with Bo going into year 3.
Well, there's no doubt that, that Sean Payton wants his fingerprints still all over this offense. He said he's going to interject on game days in a healthy way. Talk with Davis Webb and then say, hey, maybe we should do this, or I want to do this. I mean, there's probably no maybe with Sean. No, we're doing this. But there's no meddling today. Okay, there's no interjecting today. This is all Davis Webb in this controlled scrimmage. What if it looks great? And it's been a training camp in which the defense has won the majority of days. And it's an elite defense, but still, it's won the majority of days. It's no knock on the offense because it's an elite defense. But what if today's the day that the offense goes off without Jalen Waddle?
Yeah.
Is Cortland Sutton practicing today? Is he still being load managed? I mean, we'll find out.
Well, he practiced in full yesterday.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah. So that yesterday was his first full day. So I can't imagine that Cortland Sutton wouldn't be out here in full today. Is that him right there, Jess? I think that's Cortland. Yeah. Is that 14?
Yeah, it looks like that's big 14
so
right
he's
there.
out here.
There he is right there. Getting some water.
Look, by the way, Spring, just real quick, I like how they managed Cortland Sutton. I get how confusing it was because the first day was a vet day. He was off, right? Okay, we get that. Vet days. But then he's out day 2. That's odd. Then he's out day 3. Sean said nothing to see here. This is the nothing to see here training camp. But look, like, who cares? Cortland Sutton's going into year 9? He doesn't need to be out here early on in camp. He needs to be fresh in late December, early January, hopefully early February. I mean, that's the goal for Cortland Sutton.
Of course. But he did not like being load managed. I mean, he said he was being a good soldier like 5 times in that answer. And he was being a little snarky. When asked if he was healthy, he said indubitably, which is a very snarky answer.
Trying to show off that SMU education.
It's a big fancy word.
Yeah.
That was in my word of the day book. So the fact that he didn't like that, like, what is that play there? It's one thing to be held out one day, maybe 2, but that was like 3 straight days that Sutton didn't practice, and he didn't like that. Is 3 straight days off the key for, a 30-plus-year-old receiver to stay healthy in the regular season? Cortland Sutton really hasn't had injury issues in his career. I don't remember Sutton ever missing much time at all in his career. Did they just want to get a better look at Pat Bryant?
Well, that could be part of it.
His potential replacement?
That could be part of it. I would imagine that the Broncos coaching staff identified late last season that Cortland Sutton was starting to wear down a little bit. And I would imagine that they had a plan coming into the season saying, hey, Cortland wore down a little bit. I mean, if you go back to the Bills game in the playoffs, Sutton, I don't think, had a catch until the fourth quarter, like late in the fourth quarter. His production definitely went down later in the season. So I'm assuming that the Broncos coaching staff identified that and said, okay, look, to start the season, we are going to be very careful with him. Now, I did find it curious, like, he was really the only vet that we saw that from that wasn't hurt. Like, no other vets have had 3 days off to start camp. So I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Like, why just Cortland Sutton?
Yeah.
Why not Garrett Bowles? Like, why isn't he getting 3 days off in training camp? Some of the other vet guys, like even Pat Surtain. I mean, he's been out here every day.
Surtain had injury last year. He missed several weeks.
Right.
Hey, look, is it possible that, Sutton is more productive down the stretch and we can all look back and say, it was that extra day off in August? That extra
3 days.
Hey, give him 2, sure. Give him 2, but give him 3. Give him 3. It was that third day off. That's why Cortland Sutton just went for $150 on 10 catches in late December.
Well, I think that's the goal. I mean, seriously, I think that's what their thinking is of like, hey, because
that's 3D chess right there.
Like I said, I think they thought he wore down late in the season. Didn't have a catch until the fourth quarter in the divisional round against the Bills, and the plan is to try to have Cortland Sutton as fresh as possible late in the season. But again, I just found it weird that were there any other vets that got 3 days off? There weren't any, so I don't know. Hey,
keep them healthy, because if Pat Bryant pops, there's no I was going to say, to trade him at the deadline, but there's no universe where they do that. But keep him healthy, so that because I think some of it is getting a better look at his replacement, and I don't think that sits well with Cortland Sutton. I mean, I think Sutton is very supportive, but he wants to be on this team. He likes his job. He likes his gig here, and he sees them holding him out. And Pat Bryant, meanwhile, is shining at training camp.
So, okay. How long do you think Cortland Sutton is here? And do you think that is the vision over the next couple of years for Pat Bryant to inevitably take over for Cortland Sutton? And if that is the case, well, how long is Cortland Sutton going to be here? Because at some point you're going to have to pay either Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, or Marvin Mims. And Marvin Mims is in a contract year, so you're going to have to make that decision next offseason.
Well, and next offseason, too, is when Bo Nix is eligible for the big old contract extension.
Yeah.
And, this organization, they like the goodwill nature of things. They don't want a Baker Mayfield situation where, Bo Nix gets peeved off because the Broncos are dragging their feet like the Buccaneers are doing with Baker Mayfield, and the Broncos don't want that leaking onto the field. I would expect that Bo is getting paid fairly quickly this 1 year from now.
Depending on what happens this season.
Sure. As long as he has a good year.
Yeah.
And even if the numbers aren't great, if he's winning games, if he's Mr. Clutch, if he's Mr. Fourth Quarter, then he's going to get a lot of money, and then you need to save some money. And there is a potential out in Cortland Sutton's contract at the end of this season. And Pat Bryant will probably be a little cheaper because he's probably not going to go off this season unless someone gets hurt. I know he's probably not going to get the reps. DMac, is your mic hot?
Yeah, I think so.
D, what's
good
up,
to see
man?
You, boys? Good to be out here on a Saturday.
Yeah.
How about that? Some love football, some don't.
It's scrimmage day, DMac. This is the day. If you're going to be out here, today is the day.
Like, if you were going to be broadcasting from here, wouldn't you be out here today?
Yeah, I mean,
all the days?
If you love football, you should be out here broadcasting.
Yeah, it'd be like, so we're here. We're here. Some aren't, but we're here. It's good to be here.
I like live 11 on 11 reps, and I want as many of those as possible, and it seems like today we're going to get the most of those we've seen so far, maybe the most at camp.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be more like that than like when you hear about a scrimmage, that sort of thing. So I think you're right about that. It will be, everybody's in pads, nice crowd, the whole thing. Kind of nice weather too, right? Like a little overcast, which is good, a little cooler. I'm just kind of curious, have you guys done your attendance report, like who's here and who's not here? There's Marvin Mims. He ain't playing, obviously.
He's got the hoodie over his head.
Yeah,
that's sad hoodie right there.
That is sad hoodie. that is I mean, it's not cold out here.
No.
And he's got sad hoodie up.
Yeah. It's overcast, but it's still in the 80s.
Yeah.
It's hot.
No. It's too hot for that look, so that is definitely sad hoodie.
Yeah, that's emo Marvin Mims.
That's emo Mims.
His teenage angst days.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's him. How's everybody else doing out here today?
DMac, let me tell you. So Jesse actually pointed this out right before we came on the air. Jalen Waddle over here.
Okay.
So the video a couple days ago that Tyler actually has on his Twitter of Jalen Waddle walking around, noticeable limp.
Yeah.
I mean, like to where the point where it's like 4 to 5 days. I don't know about that. He was walking around out here. I didn't see a limp.
Okay,
Jesse
good.
didn't see a limp either.
Good,
so
good. Well, Sean Payton said 4 to 5 days, so perhaps this would be day 3.
So good
of those
news.
4 to 5.
Good news. Seeing Jalen Waddle walking around,
Yeah.
that limp has really subsided.
That's a Dr. Tanner for you right
Yeah.
there.
I'm just
MD,
telling you what my
check it-
eyeballs are telling me.
Check it
Okay,
in, Dr. Tanner.
He's got a
Figure it
stethoscope
out.
on.
Hey, did you hear about Matt Henningsen?
I got it right.
Yeah,
here.
back,
you-
a year to the
Horrible.
day.
Oh,
Separate Achilles. It's different
That's
Achilles.
different
Achilles?
On the
Wow.
same day as a year ago.
Yeah.
What are the freaking odds?
Yeah.
I mean, that is brutal. So he's gone for the year, unfortunately.
Depth defensive lineman, and without John Franklin Myers, that could have come into play this season.
Maybe he was pretty far back on the depth chart anyway.
Sure.
Honestly. And then
Sure.
Tyler Onyandum, I'll get it right.
Onyedem.
Thank you. And Owazurike, it looks like they're doing good. Roach and DJ Jones had vet days yesterday, so nothing to worry about there. Cortland Sutton, the good soldier, he's out here. He looks okay.
And you know who's not out?
Wattenberg. Is Wattenberg out again? Yeah, I think he is, huh?
No Luke Wattenberg?
I believe that's him in just a jersey down there.
Okay.
So
Big chance for
we'll
Alex.
look
Now,
for it.
Alex Forsythe was the center who got trucked on that blocked field goal against the Chiefs, right?
Correct, but he was playing. He wasn't in the right position. You know,
Sure.
he was playing like a guard, and he was supposed to be
Sure.
kicked out. I don't know.
Seems like he's developed well since that.
It's a center. The blocking responsibilities for a center are just significantly different than guard and tackle, and they do the least amount of blocking like that. So it's a whole different thing. Forsythe was Bo Nix's center at Oregon.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I mean, we're I feel okay there. Not great, but okay.
yeah. The Henningsen thing was just so unfortunate to
Yeah.
the day. Other Achilles gets ruptured, but I will say it's horrible for Matt Henningsen. But the Broncos' defensive line, guys, is pretty damn deep. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the depth chart right now. Left defensive end, Malcolm Roach, Tyler Onyedem, their third-round pick, first pick for the Broncos in the draft this year. Jordan Jackson, our guy, DMac, we were covering preseason a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Got this big dude on the defensive line, and both of us were like, who is this guy? And this goes back to in the Wickersham piece.
Yeah, why didn't you play Jordan
why was he
Jackson
out there?
Why
So
the hell?
they-
Why'd we activate him? If we're
Sean
not going to play him.
clearly loves him. So you've got some depth there. So if you're gonna have injuries, every team's gonna have injuries in camp. Super unfortunate for Henningsen, but the Broncos are very deep on the defensive line. So if you can afford to take some hits here and there, defensive line is an area, a position group where they can survive that.
Yeah.
Nate Atkins left practice yesterday. Does that open a tryout? I call it a tryout spot. A spot for Taysom Hill?
I knew you were going
Wow.
there. I knew you were going
That's
there.
a fun one right there. What's the severity of the injury?
I don't
Do we
know. I
know?
just saw he
That's a
he
good one, though,
limped off.
Spring.
Sean's going to be hanging out with Taysom Hill this weekend, right?
Damn, Spring, a high five on that one. Did not even occur to me, but that's there's other tight ends here in camp. But I know what you're saying because Atkins is more of that H-back sort
Sure,
of guy.
yes.
He is designed to be a Taysom Hill-like guy more than the other tight ends.
Exactly.
That's a fun one there, Spring.
By the way, Luca Evans a minute ago tweeted out, Nate Atkins watching practice today out of full gear, walked to the locker room yesterday mid-practice with Marvin Mims. So him
Yeah.
and Marvin Mims went to the locker room at the same time.
All right, as long as we're mentioning our guy Luca, do you know this is Luca's last day?
Oh, it is his last day. Okay.
Evan.
Okay, I'm going to show you you guys.
My name is.
I'm going to show you the cake that Arnie Stapleton brought for Luca for his last day. And it says, "My name is Luca. Okay, perfect." So that is in the media room right now.
Oh, my gosh.
My name is
what do you-
Luca. Okay, in orange and blue.
What do you know about attacking downhill?
Yeah.
Where is
that'd
that
be a good
cake,
one,
by
too.
the way? Can I?
It's in the media
Is it
room.
available?
It's in the kitchen. Oh, and there's little donut snack blueberry muffin thingies.
Oh.
So the media room is bumping
Okay.
today. Yeah.
Once Sanford gets here, we'll make him go over there and bring us some
Fetch you
muffins.
some?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll bring you back some if I can at some point.
What a shame that Sean's not here on Luca Evans' last day.
I know. And, I was teasing Luca, like, are you going to say anything? And then I was chiding some of the other muggles, like, is anybody going to mention this?
Yeah, does Sean know he's leaving?
I think
He's gotta know,
I think,
yeah.
no. Well, I don't. That's a good
Because Luca
question.
tweeted it, and that Patrick Smythe's good. That's got to get back to Sean.
Sean was supposed to talk after practice yesterday, but instead they changed their plans and they left in the middle of the practice.
Yeah.
So I wonder if – everybody thought the last day with Luka and Sean was actually going to be yesterday, and as it turns out, Sean skedaddled in the middle of practice, kind of unexpectedly. So, well. It'll be funny when he gets back.
He
just
wanted-
go, hey, Sean, Luka's gone. Any thoughts?
Who's that?
Who?
Sean wanted to say goodbye, but he got emotional, and he couldn't bring him. There's a softie under there. I'm telling you, with Sean Payton.
My name is Luka. Okay, perfect. Fantastic.
Sean would razz Luka, and he razzes a lot of people in the media, but
Andy Lindahl got
Andy,
a little.
yeah.
He got a little side eye. Andy got. It wasn't direct.
But
It
remember
was-
with the attacking downhill stuff,
Yeah.
it went viral.
Yeah, what do you
and,
know?
and people were like, "God, Sean just treats his media
Yeah.
members like crap."
Right,
And then
right.
Sean had to come out and be like, "No, I was joking. I
Right.
was giving him a hard time." Like
Right.
Sean puts on the hard face.
Hey, you know that whole predisposed thing?
I
That
think
was a
he-
joke. I was just.
That might have
was
been
just-
the one time
I
he
was just riffing.
I was joshing.
Mike Kliss might have actually taken the true ire of Sean Payton. All right, we are out here at Broncos training camp. Our coverage is presented by Ramos Law. We're going to continue on the other side. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner, DMac is with us. We got a scrimmage today. We're excited for that. It's Altitude Sports Radio. We are live here on a Saturday morning at Broncos training camp. Altitude training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner, and DMac is hanging out with us here for this segment. The DMac's going to go watch some of this practice. We got a controlled scrimmage out here today and just had the quarterbacks running some drills, some in routes with the wide receivers right in front of us. And DMac, you said you thought Sam Ehlinger's got a little arm on him.
Well, I've been noticing it all camp, and it's awesome to be able to really see it up close. And yeah, he's got some zip. I mean, he's a little shorter, but he's stocky. Jarrett Stidham's actually the taller of the three guys, and then there's Bo, and then Ehlinger under him. But he's not short. It's like 6 foot. But Bo's 6'2", Stidham I think is 6'3", so you notice it. But he does zip it. He does. He's got a nice arm, and there's a reason why he's still here. And I do think that is a $5 million decision the Broncos are going to have to make. If you let go of Stidham, you got to eat some money, but you do save yourself $5 million, and you got Ehlinger. So that's a decision they have to make. It might not be that big of a deal. They're not in a cap. There's not a cap problem. But if you wanted to add a little piece of the puzzle, perhaps that would come into play. So that's the story of Ehlinger. Now you can just keep them both. Right, and not even worry about it. You don't have to declare anything because they kept all three for the past. They've kept three quarterbacks in all of Sean Payton's years. So whether it was Zach Wilson or Ehlinger, so not a big deal. It's just something going on.
They put Ehlinger on the practice squad last year, and Sam turned down better money from other teams to remain on the Broncos practice squad. I do wonder, Davis Webb. If he has a good season, calling plays, he was in head coaching conversations last year. If Davis gets a head coaching job elsewhere, Sam Ehlinger's the next Davis Webb here. It's something that, I thought, became somewhat clear last year with Ehlinger. You turn down like $1 million to play elsewhere because you have career path forward here.
You think?
As a coach, as a member of this coaching staff.
Yes. That's why he
I
stay here?
I think there's something to that.
Huh.
I mean, maybe in the future, but he's got a lot of years left that he could, be a player, don't you think?
Well, Spring, you brought up something interesting. If Davis Webb in the Broncos offense has a good year, do you really think he would take a head coaching job after just 1 year of being an offensive coordinator and calling plays?
You don't turn those things
just
down.
One?
They were speculating about that on NFL Network, ESPN, whatever it is. Like, hey, you realize if this guy's any good, he's gone.
Yeah.
Meaning that, and I agree with this completely, this is the year. This is Sean's 4th year. Bo's in his rookie contract. And if Davis Webb is really the truth, he will be gone. We're all in, like Super Bowl this year. You realize that actually should be the bar for this team right here that we're watching right now.
The Super Bowl? Well, of course.
To win the Super Bowl this year, that is not unrealistic. That is every team says it, but that is a very, very real goal, and they're set up to do it. They're in the perfect place to do it.
Well, Bo Nix is on his rookie contract. Of course they're set up to do it, but I am curious, how long do you guys think Sean Payton is going to be the head coach here?
Forever. He's going to Pete Carroll this crap. He's going to be in the 70s.
Well, the
guys.
reason I asked
until it goes the way of Pete Carroll, when a certain amount of time passes and they have like a 9-8 season or something like that.
I bet he makes it to the new stadium. I bet he makes it to 70. I think he's 63.
Yeah.
So the new stadium theoretically will be in 2031. So in 5 years.
Well, because theoretically the ideal scenario for the Broncos would be Davis Webb hangs around here for a couple more years.
Oh, that'll never
Sean
happen.
starts getting older, and eventually Davis Webb takes over as the head coach. I mean, that would be the ideal scenario. You don't think that's a possibility whatsoever?
Not if they have success. If they win a Super Bowl, Davis Webb is gone.
Yeah.
Look how many young head coaches are out there right now, guys. I mean, I can't even name. Do you guys even know? All the head coaches out there?
There's a couple that trip me up.
There's more than a couple. I'm awful with it.
The only thing that would hamper I think Davis Webb is a near lock to get legitimate head coaching looks, if not an actual job. I think an actual job next summer or next late or early midwinter, when the hirings happen, because
it'll depend how they do.
Right.
Obviously.
Sure. Yeah. Well, but I the only thing that I think would really hamper him would be if Sean gets impatient and takes the play calling reins away,
Yes, that
that
would hurt.
could reflect poorly on Davis Webb.
Definitely. And the sternest test will be those first 6 games. After the 6 games, there's a potential 8-game win streak staring the Broncos in the face if they can beat the Chiefs at home. Other than that, guys, look at the schedule. After the first 6 games, it ain't hard. And there's a bye week in there too. So I'm hoping, 3-3 and then win 7 out of 8. So there you go. Now we're 10-4 going in the last 3 games. And that Buffalo game on Christmas to me is going to be like, is this going to be a good regular season or a great one? I think it's going to go like that.
I know the first 6 games are tough, very tough on paper, the opponents. But unless it's like 2-4, or 1-5 would be even worse. But I'll go 2-4. You got to give Davis Webb the grace of first-time play caller. The 6 opponents were very difficult. Yes. Give him a chance against the easier part of the schedule. Now, does that mean Sean will, because Sean is the ultimate micromanager? No. But a reason would say you would give Davis Webb that growing period.
Well, I'd give him till the bye week, to be honest with you.
Which is week 10, by the way.
Week 10, so
after
that's 9
the Panthers
games.
game.
So 9 games. You give them 9 games. Because the schedule after the bye week is really relatively easy. Meaning, even if you're 4-5 at the bye week, with the 4 games after the bye week, like, hey, your season ain't over. Like, let's go.
Guys, the first 5 games after the bye week are at home against the Raiders, at Pittsburgh, at home against the Dolphins, at the Jets, at the Raiders.
See?
If Davis Webb doesn't have success in those games, and he should, the Broncos as a whole are just too talented.
But my argument is if he's not having success leading up to those games, because those are must-win games for what you need, you kind of can't mess around if you're not quite getting it. I think they're going to get it, though. I do. I have a lot of belief in this team. I do think, listen, 3-3, anything more than 3-3 would be unbelievable through the first 6 games. And then I got them winning 11, maybe 12 if they can and beat the Bills. And you know what's weird? A 12-win season this year would be better than a 14 regular win season last year, just because of the strength of the schedule and what's going on. And it doesn't matter anyways. Listen, if you have to play on the road to win a playoff game, then so be it, right? Like, who cares? Patriots just did it, didn't they?
By the way, I don't think the first 6 games are as hard as I initially thought when the schedule first came out. At Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes is going to play in that game, but guys, he's not going to be able to move.
It's a perfect time to play him.
The best time to play him.
Yeah.
The Jags, I think, are going to have a regression. ETN, HN are going to have a regression.
Okay, I hope so.
I think they will. The Rams are going to be awesome. That one's going to be tough.
HN's a Saint now.
Guys, the 49ers, have you seen their injury list?
They have Power Station.
Well, I guess the Broncos need to be careful in San Francisco that they don't catch the voodoo of the substation.
They have over 20 guys out right now.
That's crazy.
Over 20. It's by far the most in the NFL.
I like that, Dan. I'm optimistic.
The Chargers game in L.A. is going to be tough.
Yeah.
And then the Seahawks
They need to beat the
game
Chargers.
Is gonna be tough.
They really haven't beaten the Chargers here in this window. 0-2 against them last year.
But I think 4-2 is very realistic to start, as we just
Bo
seen.
Nix just caught a touchdown.
Touchdown from was that Ellinger?
It was Ellinger. Ellinger to Nix in the corner of the end zone.
Wow, okay, there we go. We got a little package we might see in the goal line situation. Okay, Bo Nix is on your fantasy team. Get ready for 1 receiving touchdown this season.
Well, he's got 1 in his career.
Bo Nix just chest bumped Jonah Coleman about his incredible touchdown. See, you get that when you're live.
Yeah. Do you think
when you're here?
Do you think
when you're here, you get that?
Do you think Bo Nix is catching touchdowns if Sean Payton's running practice?
Yeah, that was just. I
think Davis Webb keeps it looser with the guys.
I think just needed 1 extra guy to run a little thing there. I hope people understand the sense of humor we're injecting into this.
Yeah, that was a nothing rep.
Yes.
That was just a complete practice, no defense rep. But no, Davis Webb, he's he's a near shoo-in to get a head coaching job next year. It's kind of like, McDaniels and Belichick, right? Like DT, to your point, would I love for Davis Webb to stay here for a few years and be the coach in waiting like McDaniels was? And say what you want about Josh McDaniels, but he's a good offensive coordinator, and he has that
great offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
great, one of the best ever.
He's part of the culture with the Patriots, and for years he was like, I'm the coach in waiting for Belichick, but Belichick just never left. Sean Payton is not going to leave. Like, Davis Webb is going to have to take the opportunity that comes his way. And, he's far more likely to get a head coaching job than Vance Joseph. I know that, like, Mike McDonald gave some juice to defensive coordinators getting head coaching jobs.
We saw Jesse Mentor get hired in Baltimore. I mean, they're hoping he's the next Mike McDonald for sure.
But the league is always going to lean young offensive mind, and that's what Davis Webb is.
Yes. Well, that's why I want him to stay here. That's why
I'd love it too.
That's why I want the Broncos to do everything they can in their power to keep Davis Webb here. And again, like DMac said, it's going to we got to wait and see how the season plays out. I think it's going to go well. Everything we've seen here so far in training camp, the offense looks much, much better than it has over the first couple of years of Bo Nix's career.
Yeah, definitely.
But, man, it's just I find it really hard to stomach that Davis Webb is going he will, but it's like, wow, 1 year as a coordinator, 1 year as a play caller, and you're getting a head coaching job? He's only been a coach for a couple of years.
Look at the interviews he got last year.
I know.
It was crazy.
Sean gave up play calling to keep him here.
Yeah.
Like, that's how highly Sean thinks of Davis. Yep. Sean swallowed his pride, how highly the Broncos organization thinks of Davis Webb. And today, like, no Sean Payton. He's in Canton, Ohio today. This is Davis Webb's day. This is his show.
Yep.
And what if because I was telling DT before you showed up, DMac, that the defense has primarily won this training camp, which, look, it's an elite defense. They're going to win a training camp day against the majority of offenses in the NFL. But what if today's the day that the offense cooks, even without Jalen Waddle, and Sean's not here?
What are you trying to say, Spring? What are you trying to say?
And Davis Webb, he was doing some light sprints to warm himself, hype himself up before practice. He's going to be doing mega sprints, victory lap sprints after practice.
Well, he's got an opportunity today, and it's a packed crowd in the grandstand, and we're going to have monster trucks and a country concert afterwards. So it's going to be a fun day. They've gone pretty hard. They've been in pads. Wow, guys, they've been in pads 5 out of 6 days for this first week. 5 out of 6 days in pads. And on the day they weren't in pads, they went after it pretty good for a good 2 hours and 15 minutes. So this has been a pretty intense week for the Broncos. And in that 2-minute drill yesterday at the end of practice, you saw Bo being Bo. And I'm telling you, Bo being Bo is the best version of Bo. Bo having fun, Bo improvising a little bit, being mobile. He looks great. And then they put in Stidham for the same sort of reps, a minute 21, one timeout, 39-yard line, go get a touchdown. And that looked like a mess with no snow.
Yeah.
It looked like, I recognize that. We've seen that before.
I mean, there is a noticeable drop-off from Bo Nix to the other quarterbacks.
Noticeable to the degree where it's like, really? Would it be all that bad? But again, if they keep 3 on – I don't know how badly the Broncos need $5 million. I mean, that's ultimately the decision with Stiddy there. So, we'll see. But are they going now? We're going to a team. Here we go.
All right, here we go. DMac, why don't you go?
All right.
Get your eyes on this.
All right, boys.
DMac will be back later to give us his bird's eye view. We're a little further back. DMac's going to get closer to this Broncos scrimmage. Mike Sanford's going to be out here. He's going to join us. We're going to take a quick break. I am Mark Springer. Dan Tanner is alongside me. Altitude Training Camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. We are getting closer to the start of this controlled scrimmage. We are very excited for it. A lot of live 11-on-11 reps, good analysis and breakdowns of the closest to real football we've seen so far here in early August. It's Altitude Sports Radio. We are live at Broncos training camp. Altitude training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner here with you, and live 11 on 11 reps are underway. The one rep that I really saw there during the commercial break was Bo Nix under center and a little handoff. And here we go. Let's give you some play-by-play here. Bo Nix in shotgun. We got, it looks like 3 wide DT. Bo drops back to pass. He's flushed out. I think is that Q Robinson who got him to the edge?
Bo's just going to have to, that probably would have been a sack.
Yeah. I don't think Bo, Q's got some speed. I don't think Bo would have been able to get around that rush from Q Robinson.
Boy, Spring, Q Robinson, Savion Jones, they're going into their second year. And we'll get into this a little bit more later, but I am really curious how the second-year Broncos are going to do this year. Like, who's going to pop from the sophomore class for the Broncos? And just with Matt Henningsen being out for the year with the torn Achilles, this is going to be a monster year for Q Robinson and Savion Jones to add that depth to the defensive line. And, boy, everything I've heard about Q Robinson, that dude is a freak, and he's very talented. So we'll see kind of how that plays out.
Now Jarrett Stidham is in, little handoff draw to shotgun up the middle. Back, when I see Bo Nix under center turning around to hand it off, it makes me think, they have him in shotgun a lot, which I get. That's the new NFL. I say the new NFL. It's been the way for like 10 plus years. A lot of shotgun, but man, you can still, do a lot under center.
Yeah, if you want to run the football, you're going to have to be under center.
Particularly in the running game.
You know what stat I heard, Spring, that shocked me? Do you know how many snaps Fernando Mendoza took under center during his 5 years in college? Total, in 5 years, how many snaps do you think he took under center?
Hit me with it.
Oh, there's a deep
ball. And I think that was Bo starting under center on play action, and that's exactly what I was going to get at is, you can have more success running the ball under center in those, bigger packages, 2 tight end sets, get a fullback out there. But you also want to run play action under center.
You have to be able to do that.
And boots, man, boots are a staple of the Broncos offense, going back to Gary Kubiak and Mike Shanahan. And that's, I think, an area that Bo can develop in still.
Well, what is Bo, one of his best strengths is throwing on the run, but he's gotten better under center. Fernando Mendoza took 5 snaps under center his entire college career.
Yeah, and especially in college football, it's a dead art almost. Playing under center.
But Bo came into the league. He took more under center than that. I mean, he was more primarily in shotgun. Who is that?
That was Stidham, taking off on a scramble there.
Yeah, that is
the old Paxton Lynch special.
Boy, a lot of scrambling from the quarterbacks here.
Well, so far, the defense again here early in practice. No Sean Payton, no difference. It's Davis Webb all by himself, no Sean in his ear. It's the same result we've seen the majority of days. And that deep ball that we saw from Bo, it was to Michael Bandy, who was tightly covered. I missed the DB who was on him, but he was draped. Bandy was draped. That's not Jalen Waddle. That's not Marvin Mims, who maybe gets more separation. And that ball was over the head of Bandy, which I do like. As there's a little rollout throw. That was, I think, Stiddy again. And
it was Stiddy.
Incomplete.
Boy, the Broncos defense is flying around right now. Flying.
Yeah, it's just you have to keep that in mind when grading the Broncos offense in practice over the past few years, that they're going against an elite defense.
Well, yeah, that's right. And people have said over the last couple of years the defense has won training camp. Well, part of that, yes, the defense is ahead of the offense's start. But also the Broncos defense is just really, really good. Like, that's also a part of it. And I think that's good for the offense to get this working, as there's a little dump off there.
I was Stidham to Jaleel McLaughlin. And I think Jaleel is fighting for a spot on this team. Tyler Bidet is fighting for a spot with, let's see, who's that running back? They claimed him off of waivers from the Texans in December of last year. Cody Schrader, number 25. I'm curious to see if he gets worked in with the twos. Because, look, Jaleel McLaughlin has that high-end speed, but he has struggled of late in the regular season to make the initial move to get into that open space and use that speed. Lots of no gain receptions or carries for Jaleel McLaughlin despite having that speed. They might want a different look, whether it's a Cody Schrader or maybe it's Jonah Coleman's job outright. But McLaughlin he is really, I think, fighting for a spot on this team right now.
Yeah, and once they drafted R.J. Harvey spring, I mean that he basically was the replacement for Jaleel McLaughlin. I mean, Sean obviously likes McLaughlin. He's kept him around for several years now. But man, it's going to be tough for Schrader, McLaughlin to one of those two guys will probably end up on the practice squad, I would imagine. But the 3 running backs that are going to make this roster. I mean, there might be 4. There might be 4,
and I think that's where you got that open spot.
But the top 3 are pretty much set in stone. Now, running back 2, I think, is still up for grabs because everything I've been seeing and hearing about is Jonah Coleman has had a great camp so far.
And here's the 3s now. Sam Ehlinger under center. Cody Schrader is the deep back. Let's see what this looks like here. It is a play action, or was that a run? That was a run to Schrader.
Yeah, ooh.
Now it's he goes through the middle, and it's tough to tell. There's a big pile of large bodies. Was he wrapped up? But he finished that run, and my indication would be that he found space and he bolted through the left tackle or the left guard slot for a gain of about 10.
It looked like he had a little bit of juice to him.
Yeah, good first step
from Schrader,
and good patience in that pile of bodies. He's got. You don't claim a guy off of waivers in December for nothing.
Right.
So Bidet, McLaughlin, they got some competition with Cody Schrader. That's what you're watching, stuff like that in the preseason. Because I don't know how much Bo Nix and his ankle is playing in the preseason. Jalen Waddle now with his muscle tightness might not play in the preseason at all. Hakeem Butler.
There's your guy, Spring. That was Ehlinger to Butler. That was a very accurate throw from Sam Ehlinger. Great body control in the air, too, from Hakeem Butler. He had to turn around midair to locate the football and brought it down. So great throw, great catch from Ehlinger to Butler there.
Yeah, about 30 to 40 air yards on that left fade. Like you said, Butler had to turn around and high point it without tracking the ball the entire way. Great throw by Ehlinger, great catch by Butler. And the 3s, Dan. It's the 3s.
It's the 3s.
Who are having success, which I get, you're going up against the Broncos 3s. That's where you can eat against the Broncos defense is when you get that deep on the depth chart.
But, hey, accuracy is accuracy. I don't care if you're going against the 1s or the 4s. Now Ehlinger's taken off. That almost looks like a designed run there.
Is that Sternad out there? Justin Sternad might be out there with that defensive group. No, that's Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders out there. Drew Sanders is the ultimate. You know who he reminds me of? It's Jake Butt. Now, different side of the ball, but all the potential, you theorize about what he could be, but will he be out there? And they've moved Drew Sanders around. I think he was just lined up at inside linebacker, but and that's where I think he played in college, but they moved him to edge. Maybe inside linebacker is where Drew Sanders is most comfortable. Is Ehlinger throwing on the run?
Oh, my goodness.
Stepping up in the pocket.
81 caught that Spring. 81.
81.
Oh, intercepted.
It was intercepted.
That
looked like Colby Katzis came down with it, but no, it was intercepted. So, one good play. One good play.
One good throw so far from Ehlinger. Boy, he's got some zip on that ball, though. He really does, like DMac was talking about. Stiddy's got a little bit of juice, but Ehlinger's got a lot of juice in that arm.
It's amazing, though. This is against 2s and 3s. If Ehlinger, has to come – if he's your backup quarterback and he's going against NFL 1s, man, you're throwing on the run like that, stepping up in the pocket, that better be on the money. Or NFL DBs are licking their chops and picking that thing off if 3s are doing it. And we got to get the 1s back out here because I've seen enough.
I think the coaching staff has too because they're swapping out the groups.
But this is good, Dan. This is good. This is what we wanted to see today.
This feels like real football.
Yeah, it's just 11 on 11, one after another, rep after rep. They're on the far end of the field. They're not, they're not moving the ball down the field. They're just kind of resetting from the same spot every play. But still, a lot of good evaluation you can get out here. Good day to be out here as a fan. A lot of fans in the covered shaded
stands are completely packed.
And it's a beautiful day too. Overcast, not too hot. As we got a little timeout in the action here. Nope, they're huddling back up.
Let's see who's at quarterback now.
Yeah, we'll see if the ones are out here.
It's hard to see. They're on the far side of the field.
Yeah, we want ones reps. Broncos are going under. No, we're doing punt drills. We're doing punt. We're doing punt. Michael Bandy's deep back to receive. Let's see. Crawshaw with that's a bomb.
Oh my goodness.
That is a bomb.
Oh my goodness.
That's at about the 9-yard line, and that was from deep in their own territory.
That was like a 70-yard punt right there from Crawshaw. My goodness.
That was a beauty. All right, so there you go. There's your punt. The opposing team will take over. We'll take a timeout here on Altitude Sports Radio. Our training camp coverage is presented by Ramos Law. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner, live at Training Camp, Altitude Sports Radio. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Mark Springer and Dan Tanner out at Broncos training camp. Just had a really fun session of 11 on 11s. I say fun because we got a lot of reps.
Yeah.
But I would say, Dan, the highlights for me were Q Robinson winning off the edge on a Bo Nix bootleg rollout, which I do like under center play action, bootleg to the right, but, man, Q won that edge battle, flush Bo out. Looked like he would have sacked Bo. You can't touch Bo. Can't touch quarterbacks, but Q had him.
Unless you're Malcolm Roach.
And let's see, Ellinger, great deep fade to Hakeem Butler.
A great throw from Ellinger. That was the best throw of all three of the quarterbacks that I've seen out here so far.
And something about us being out here on a Saturday and Hakeem Butler looking like Randy Moss, because apparently during the week he was hit and miss, some drops, and he's he's a UFL guy. He's not going to be he's a UFL Hall of Famer, but he ain't going to be an NFL Hall of Famer. But when we're out here, Hakeem Butler looks like an NFL Hall of Famer.
He's doing it for you, Spring.
He's doing it for me.
He's your guy. Look. It's a good story with Hakeem Butler. He's not making this team.
You sneak him onto the practice squad.
I don't think he's making the practice squad.
Look at all the muscle injuries. And it's an NFL thing nowadays. If Waddle, any of you, hey, is Hakeem Butler replacing Jalen Waddle fully? Not even close.
No.
Okay, but it's something. That's better than street free agent X. Okay, Hakeem Butler's probably better than that. I see some Tim Patrick in there with more athleticism. So if you can get that guy into the practice squad, I'd love that. I'm excited to watch him in the preseason. And Jeremy Crawshaw had a bomb. Just a bomb of a punt.
That had to have been at least 70 yards. And by the way, on the punt, he directionally kicked it right to the corner of it was about the 8 or 9 yard line. Like right in the corner. Who was it returning that?
Bandy.
It was Michael Bandy. He had to catch it on a knee.
Yeah.
Dude, I think I think we're seeing Jeremy Crawshaw develop into the best punter in pro football. I think that's what we're seeing in front of our eyes.
When what'd they draft him? 6th round, something?
6th round last year.
And when you're drafting a punter in the 6th round, it means you like that punter. You really like that punter.
Well, the Raiders drafted a kicker in the 1st round. Once upon a time.
Was it the Buccaneers took that
yes.
Aguayo
out of Florida State? I think.
With like the 2nd round pick.
Yeah,
that was like Mark Moser taking that McLaughlin kicker from the Buccaneers in one of the 4th round of our fantasy draft last year. All of us were like, "What are you doing?"
Moj has no clue the strategy involved in drafting in fantasy football.
Not only was it like a 60-yard bomb of a punt, as the ones are back here, and a little dump off route to R.J. Harvey from Bo Nix, and that's where R.J. Harvey needs to eat.
R.J. Harvey just kind of got popped there too.
Hey, he kind of gave a little
himself
a
little bit,
but he kind of gave a little shoulder back himself.
Yeah,
R.J.'s not a big dude, and you see him out here with these Goliaths on defense with the ones, and so I mean R.J. no wonder he has trouble running between the tackles. And when he runs, he loves to take it outside. Yeah. That's his comfort zone, clearly. And he's struggling, even with the speed he has of getting the edges.
Well,
and right there, a little toss out to R.J. Harvey. Now, good blocking got him some space. And he was able to kind of, high step and be a little patient and then catch his blockers on the right side. But R.J., the passing game is where he can eat. And everyone's saying it. We've been saying it. The passing game is where R.J. Harvey can really get involved. But back to the Crawshaw punt, it's 60 yards. It's the directionality.
Yes,
like
the
right
accuracy.
On the sideline. And Bandy had trouble tracking it and had to go down. Punting's important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially for an offense that might not get going until the 4th quarter.
Well, I would
play the field position game.
Exactly. Field position is vitally important.
With this defense, too.
That's right. And with your punter being as accurate and as strong of a leg as Crawshaw has, he's a weapon, man. I'm telling you, he is a weapon for this football team.
Little short out route, Bo Nix, I believe, to Pat Bryant. I haven't seen Cortland Sutton get involved.
I did see him jog out he's out there.
There he is jogging off the field. There he is jogging off on the near side of the field. That was an out route to Pat Bryant on the far side of the field. We saw kick return drills after the punt drills before. Now we're back live and here's a Bo Nix rollout. He kind of goes against the grain for a short dump off to Pat Bryant.
Yeah, Pat Bryant again. Boy, he has been everywhere this camp.
And that's been Bo's safety blanket here in camp. Sutton walks back onto the field, and Sutton's been out, but Pat Bryant's been the safety blanket.
Spring, going back to the divisional round against the Bills, if you remember that first drive on offense for the Broncos, Pat Bryant was the featured wide receiver in that game, and then he unfortunately got hurt. I'm telling you, man, Bo and Pat Bryant have some sort of connection going. They clearly understand each other, and Bo trusts him. I think Pat Bryant, if he can stay healthy, is in for a big year for the Broncos.
Let's see. We got another live rep here from shotgun. Nope, under center, actually. Bo. Dropping back. Got hit as he threw. Yeah. Was looking for a deep out route, but didn't get enough on it, and he got hit as he threw. Was that Dobbins? Was Dobbins the deep back there?
I believe so.
I saw a 2 on the jersey, and not much of Dobbins at this practice today. And he's a guy, you talk about the load management with Cortland Sutton. I want to load manage J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, that's why, again, I go back to, why aren't the other vets getting 3 days off in a row in training camp? If anything, it's a guy like J.K. Dobbins, sure. A guy like Garrett Bowles, you would think would be in there as well.
And here's another rep coming here. Little Jordan Humphrey, Cortland Sutton. I see wide here on our near side. Tough to see the quarterback from here, but we'll get a good look once this ball is snapped. Appears that they are in shotgun, and they aren't. It's Bo Nix, who has a little time in the pocket. And once again, not really flushed out, but just the pocket closed, and he decided to scramble to his right and dumps it off to
20,
which is Jonathan Coleman. Got to get used to that. The rookie out of Washington. Jonah Coleman.
Yeah.
The rookie out of Washington.
Boy, a lot of scrambling here from Bo. That's something that Sean has talked about and Bo has talked about, being more patient in the pocket. We haven't really seen that a whole lot today. Bo's kind of gotten out of there pretty quick. But to be fair to Bo, the Broncos' pressure has been in his face almost immediately.
And now Stiddy's back on the field, so things will calm down here a little bit. Really, the ones are what we care about the most. We saw Brandon Jones taking field goal reps.
Yeah, again.
Broncos.
He was out doing that the other day.
Free safety. If Will Lutz gets hurt in a game, and we saw this with the Houston Texans not too long ago, where Kayemi Fairbairn got hurt, and running back Dare Ogunbowale had to take it was either a potential game time. It might have been a game-winning field goal. It was late in the game, and he hit it. He made the field goal. You never know. Brandon Jones was connecting from, what were those, 40-yard field goals?
Well, he was at the, what'd you say?
25-yard line.
So 35-yarder.
40-ish yard. I think it's about 16 yards beyond, considering the 10 yards of the end zone.
Yeah. That's right.
There's an out route, Stidham to Bandy. That was Jahdae Barron on the coverage of Michael Bandy. And Bandy beat him to the outside. Jahdae Barron, and we're kind of waiting for it.
Is he the biggest question mark on this team? Potential star in the secondary versus, is this guy going to be on the team in a couple years? Honestly, I think that's kind of where we're at with Jahdae Barron right now. Because he's behind Jaquan McMillan. By the way, Jaquan McMillan is the best nickelback in football, okay? So to say, Jahdae Barron, first-round pick, instead he goes over the middle. Oh, that's dropped by 85.
That was intended for Kroll. I believe that's Lucas Kroll. Looked like a low throw from Stiddy.
But Jahdae Barron, Jaquan, he's behind the best nickelback in football. So, it's not a shock that he's behind him in his second year. But this is a big year for Jahdae Barron. He was not very noticeable in year one, Spring. Can he be a little bit more noticeable on the field in the Broncos defense this year?
I said it last week. Chris Abrams-Drain might have developed himself into being ahead of Jahdae Barron in terms of just pure talent, despite Barron being a first-round pick who was, drafted as best player on their board. Not a positional need. They passed on Matthew Golden, the receiver out of Texas, who went to the Packers. They didn't trade up one spot to go get I can't even get his name right now because of freaking Rob Gronkowski. Emeka Egbegbu.
Emeka Egbuka.
Egbuka. Gronk has screwed that up for me eternally. Thank you, Rob Gronkowski.
What did Gronk call him?
Emeka Egbegbu.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's what I call him now. It's awful. Thank you, Gronk. Egbuka. Yeah, he's good, man. He's really good.
And Amarian Hampton was taken 2 spots after Jahdae Barron, who before he got hurt, had a great year for the Chargers. Stiddy drops back here. That one's tipped.
Now, if Abrams Drain, develops what was he, a 5th-round pick out of Missouri, then you take it. But you did invest a lot of capital in Jahdae Barron.
Well, absolutely. And, by the way, just before that tip ball, Stiddy did have a nice completion over the middle. But, boy, the Broncos defense today, Spring, they are winning the day so far. There's no doubt about that. They are absolutely winning the day. The Broncos offense is struggling moving the football. They're struggling even completing passes.
They don't look in rhythm, and this is all, this is the 1s and the 2s. Maybe the 3s have a little more rhythm, but they're going up against the lowest end of the Broncos depth chart. They look sluggish. It's not that hot out. You got some cloud coverage. It is still hot, but it looks like the heat's getting to them. It looks like they're just plodding a little bit. There's just not a lot of juice, not a lot of energy, fire from the Broncos offense here today.
Yeah, and it looks like, are we getting a switch of the groups here? I can't tell. They're just moving back in the field.
Just Davis Webb has called timeout. This is training camp. This is an NBA timeout right here, because you don't call timeouts like that in football.
Right.
Timeouts are all about clock management and avoiding delay of games. You don't take timeouts just to reset your guys, but they needed a little reset here. As now the 3s
Ellinger's
are on the field, and there's a little handoff draw to shotgun for absolutely nothing. It's not, the fun is when the offense has success. Now, defensive success in practice is still very good because defense can carry you. I mean, defense can.
Especially this defense.
I mean, the Seahawks won a Super Bowl really on the back of their defense.
Yeah.
The Texans had a very good season because their defense was elite. In the regular season, you love it. In practice, you still love it, but you want to see the offense do a little something, get into a rhythm.
Ellinger drops back here, dumps it off. Can't tell who that is.
3-yard out route, and that's what the Broncos defense, even the 3s, are giving you today, is you got to take the little 3-yard out route check down. That was 87 on the completion. That is Cameron Ross, I believe a college free agent. Will an undrafted free agent, a college free agent, make the team for the Broncos this year?
Well, it's been 21 out of the last 22 seasons that an undrafted free agent has made the roster.
But not a lot of roster space is available on this team. Is the high retention rates of players. This is a roster that's pretty locked in. They believe it is a Super Bowl contending roster. And the 3s still out here. Sam Ehlinger now far side. Trying that same route that they completed to Bandy. That's
25 broke that up, Spring. 25.
Okay, and that was Joseph Manjack. What
a great football
I saw
name.
him with his helmet off. So he's a young kid out of TCU, but he looks like he's 35 years old.
Another pass breakup by the Broncos defense.
That was Brent Austin, cornerback Brent Austin.
22-year-old
rookie out of Cal.
Great pass
Man,
breakup
that was great closing speed by Brent Austin.
That was fantastic.
This team can. Brent Austin just had a better play than I've seen Jahdae Barron have.
Wow.
They are developing. This is funny. Brent Paco Austin. His nickname is Paco. Paco or Paco?
Oh, my goodness.
What just happened?
Another interception for the Broncos defense. It almost looked like the offensive player caught the ball and it got it ripped out of his hands. Boy, the Broncos defense is absolutely dominating this session right now. I mean, dominating.
And then the Broncos offense, they just look shell-shocked here today. Let's see, Brent Austin, undrafted. So and I think they're just too deep at corner. So Brent Austin
can't be too deep at corner.
But
You can't be too deep
You're
at corner,
right,
Spring.
but Brent Austin can't make this team.
No.
But you can get him onto the practice squad.
But the fact that he's playing as well as he is a great sign for the Broncos.
You're right. The corner and edge rusher are two positions where you just cannot be too deep. So here we go. Hakeem Butler just leaked open.
Well,
Brent Austin was the deep corner there. He got beat.
Butler was open. He tried to one-hand it in the air, and it
ball
just
was
fell
a little
off his
overthrown. Did you see the quarterback who threw that? It was probably Ellinger.
I think it was Ellinger.
Okay. But man, see Butler just kind of stopped.
Oh, man, Butler just fired the ball into the ground.
He's
in
upset at
frustration.
himself.
Now he's taking his helmet off.
You know, he kind of stopped running because it was a broken play. And Ellinger overthrew him. A chance for an awesome one-handed catch, but if he keeps his feet moving, maybe he gets in a better position to make that play.
You can tell he is not happy with himself right now, Hakeem Butler.
And he's fighting to make this team. He's probably not going to, but fighting to show well and really earn a spot on the practice squad.
Well, and I think he's upset because now the third stringers are coming off. I don't know who's in at quarterback now, but they just made the switch over.
I think, I see Drew Sanders on the field. We're taking a little time, and another timeout. Get your crap together.
Hydration break.
Yeah. It's a World Cup hydration break.
That's right.
It's time for Fox to play some commercials. We all know that the hydration breaks were an excuse to play commercials, and this hydration break will be an excuse to play commercials for us here at Altitude Sports Radio. Our training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law, Mark Springer, Dan Tanner, out at training camp. It's Altitude Sports Radio. We're live out at Broncos training camp here on a Saturday morning. We're here until 2 o'clock. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner are out here. Altitude training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. We're getting some – so we saw several minutes ago, Dan, on our side of the field, Brandon Jones kicking some about 40-yard field goals, but not live reps. It was just Crawshaw holding, Jones kicking, and he was making them, and a couple of them had some juice on him. Now he is taking live field goal reps.
Was that him again?
That was him again.
Oh, my God.
He is smoking these balls.
He is crushing the football, kicking field goals right now. The Broncos safety, Brandon Jones.
They are going.
This is incredible.
They are going high, like towards the top of the uprights.
I mean, he's clearing it by 20 yards.
These would be good from 55.
100%. I mean, he's got a rocket.
And he's doing this with rushers now. They're kind of half speed at him.
Again.
That one was still pretty high, not as high as his best. That one would have been good from 50.
Yeah. Crowd cheering him up. Let's go Brandon chants here.
Yeah, we got some pro Brandon Jones chants from the fans out here. And it's I guess been one of the highlights of the day. Brandon Jones kicking field goals, Jeremy Crawshaw punting. Mike Sanford has informed us he will not be able to make it out here today, but he did decide to text us his distaste for Hakeem Butler.
Yeah.
Not a big Hakeem Butler guy is Mike Sanford. But, Coach, if you were out here, spoiler, Hakeem Butler had the best skill position play of practice today.
Yes.
That's where we're at, where the guy you don't like or not high on actually had the best skill position play of the day, like 30 to 40-yard fade route catch on the left sideline from Sam Ehlinger. Now, it was the threes. That's where we're at, Dan. That's what the offenses looked like today, is that's the best play offensively for the Broncos today.
As
Bo Nix off his back foot. So now they've moved. This is good. They've moved down more towards the red zone, more in our line of sight on the west side of the field. Bo throwing off of his back foot in post route to Pat Bryant, who was draped in coverage, but the throw was high. Pat Bryant didn't have a chance. I guess he put it in a place where it couldn't get intercepted. But that's just the story of the offense today.
All right, let's see if the offense can get a connection here, Spring. They've really struggled here in scrimmage so far today.
From about the 15-yard line in the red zone, Bo under center, but looks like a 3-wide set. We got
play fake.
Oh man, hey, he made a completion.
Okay.
That looks like Adam Troutman right there.
Yep.
On the completion, but Bo on play action kind of pivots to his left, doesn't get to the rollout to the left, and again throws off his back foot. Now, credit to him, he put arm strength on it. He made the throw to the open receiver on the left flat, but that's not what you really want to see on a play like that. Bo makes a play and makes it happen, but not great footwork, not
under
great
duress.
blocking. Under duress, offensive line breaking down. And you go 3 wide in those situations, that hurts the blocking too.
Okay, we got Bo dropping back here. Oh, man, that was R.J. Harvey who just dropped the pass.
And I can see Jonathan Cooper here on our side of the field. He's the rusher on the left side of the line. He pushed back, and maybe that wasn't even McGlinchey. But he kind of collapsed that pocket. And look, Jonathan Cooper's a good player. He's going to play. He's going to play as long as he's out here practicing. As long as he's not suspended by the league, he's playing. And he made a little bit of an impact on that play.
Yeah, I mean,
I know it's a tricky situation.
We're in a wait-and-see thing here with Jonathan Cooper, but he's been out here every day and he's been playing well. I expect him to suit up this season for the Broncos. Unless the NFL says no.
Tighter formation here. They send Lucas Kroll into motion. It's a little read option.
Yeah.
Bo had a shotgun, and Bo did not keep it. He handed it off for a gain of about 2. As the offense, all they've completed here was an awkward off the back foot left flat route to Adam Troutman.
And they had the completion to R.J. Harvey as well, but that was it was 2 or 3 yard play action completion in the flat to R.J. Harvey. But other than that, this has been a really rough day so far for the Broncos offense.
And Frank Crum is your right tackle. He's who Jonathan Cooper is going up against. And Crum's a big dude. Cooper pushed him back very nicely on that incomplete pass a few moments ago to R.J. Harvey. Shotgun again. All right, Jonah Coleman motioning out wide to the halfback position. They're going to motion him or change the protection side. Coleman going left to right. He's going to pass protect. Fade route back to the end zone to Sutton. Incomplete.
Another drop.
I think that was Chris Abrams-Drain who got a hand in there.
Yep. Boy.
Chris Abrams-Drain, man. We talk about, you need to get Jahdae Barron reps at corner to see what you have. And Riley Moss has had a good camp.
He's had a great camp. He's been phenomenal so far.
But he's due to get paid.
Yes.
And so you got talent behind him, young talent. Now, Riley Moss is young, and Barron and Abrams-Drain. But maybe Abrams-Drain is the guy who's next man up at this point.
Well, Sean loves him. There's no doubt about that. He's talked about Chris Abrams-Drain. Likes his game a lot as Bo drops back here. Another fade
Off
route.
his back foot. He was
What a catch!
Okay,
by
Pat Bryant made the catch. That was the Russell Wilson special from Bo Nix.
Oh my goodness, that was they finally connected in the end zone. What a throw! What a catch there from Pat Bryant.
That was a close your eyes, throw off your back foot. I'm drifting backwards, and he gave it some hang time. Credit to Bo, and he put it in the back of the end zone. Bryant made the catch.
You know what that?
I couldn't tell if he got both feet down.
I think he did. That throw reminded me of the Jags game last year where Bo rolled out to the right and just lofted it up into the corner of the end zone to Cortland Sutton. Now, that was a little bit deeper out on the field. They're at the 5-yard line here, but that was a perfectly thrown football from Bo Nix.
I mean, it wasn't pretty, but it got the job done.
And it was a great leaping catch by Pat Bryant. So good to see them finally connect for a touchdown here, with the offense struggling as much as they have been.
Really good job of tracking that football by Pat Bryant.
There's just a little run up the middle there.
Goal line situation.
Got it in.
So, yeah, I snapped from about maybe the 2-yard line, and the Broncos are saying that they broke the plane and got a touchdown.
Yeah, two touchdowns in a row here for the offense.
One was a prayers up catch, and the other was let's just put the ball on the 2 and run it and make the offense feel good about themselves.
Good to see Bo Nix, Pat Bryant get a connection there because, like I said, the offense has been struggling. But, look, I don't even know if it's necessarily the offense is struggling. The defense has just been on fire today. Even the 2s and the 3s have been playing really well defensively for the Broncos here today.
When I see Bo out here, and he's making a couple plays, but it's not what you want to see. It's not that you're 2-3 step drop back in the pocket. You've set your feet. You've got your read. You know where you're going with the football. You're making a throw in rhythm. That's what I want to see, right? But when I see these, you're being pushed backwards. You're throwing off your back foot or rolling out real quickly off an awkward angle. It gives me trepidation about the offense going into the season, despite some of the positives that we saw down the stretch. It makes me think, man, you need Jalen Waddle out there. You need that speed.
You need Marvin Mims out there, too.
To keep the defense honest and to not just give the defense confidence that they can rush you and they can get that clock down for Bo Nix and get pressure on him.
Really good screenplay there. Steady, faked it to the left side of the field, did a flip around, and got it off to 20. Is that Jonah Coleman?
Jonah Coleman.
Yeah, Jonah Coleman goes into the end zone on the screen pass.
It's a good design play by Davis Webb.
And it was perfectly executed there by Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah.
Really good play there for the Broncos offense. They're starting to come alive here a little bit.
You can create your own luck with good play design.
Yeah,
and that's what that was there. And well executed, like you said. The blockers got into position. They leaked out to the right, which is where they kind of faked it to the left. That was the misdirection off that little play action. But then they countered Jonah Coleman to the right side, and it fooled the defense. And here we go, a little handoff under center to Jonah Coleman. And that's good pop right there. It's only like a 3-yard gain up the middle, but I liked the explosion of lowering the helmet, lowering the shoulder, kind of pushing upwards as he felt contact. Now, they're not going to fully tackle, but that's something I don't see from R.J. Harvey that I just saw from Jonah Coleman.
Exactly, Spring. That's what I was going to say. Like, that's what you need. That's what this team needs from Jonah Coleman this year. Those 3 yards, 4-yard runs up the middle. R.J. Harvey's going to be more involved in the pass game on the outside. J.K. Dobbins is the one. He can kind of do it all. But at least in his rookie year, that's what this team needs from Jonah Coleman this year. Just be that guy that can get up the middle, pick up 3-4 yards, get you in good positions for 2nd and 3rd down.
Stiddy under center, play action, Jaleel McLaughlin.
He dove into the end zone.
That was the design boot to the left for Stidham, and he took off and ran with it, and he might have crossed the plane at the very least down at the 1.
Yeah, I think he got in there. So yeah, it was a bootleg to the left.
Those are the runs, especially in practice, that I'm very okay with because those are more designed. You know, if your quick outlet option isn't there when you got the momentum off the bootleg on the play action, you know, and that was Stidham there, but I think you can see that a lot with Bo Nix, you know, with his mobility. Get him out on the edge on a boot. You know, you got to prevent, you know, because we saw Q Robinson get to him earlier. But if you get a little bit of protection, you can get him out on the edge in space, and if that outlet pass option isn't there, you can take off and run with it.
You know, Spring, I was thinking about this today driving in. A couple of days ago, Bo Nix was asked, you know, with your ankle injury, are you going to be running as much as you used to, or are you going to hold off on running as much as you used to, is essentially what he was asked. He said, no, I'm going to keep running. Now, here's what I would say about Bo and running the football. I think health-wise, at least from what we've seen so far in camp, he looks perfectly fine and healthy, and he's got spring in his step. He's still very fast, very quick, very shifty. But what I want to see next out of Bo Nix is not running the football as much, not because he can't, but because he doesn't have to, meaning he's better in the pocket. He understands the defenses more. He's getting the ball out quick inside the pocket. He becomes more of a point guard at the quarterback spot.
I think that – oh, wait, no. That was Jarrett Stidham to Michael Bandy for a touchdown. Looked like Abrams Drain was closing on that for a pick. But Stiddy got it through Abrams Drain. This is a left out route in the end zone, and it connected with Bandy. So, hey, positive there. You beat Abrams Drain, who Cortland Sutton could not beat a few reps ago. Stiddy made the tight window throw. So points for Jarrett Stidham. For whatever those count for, training camp hero, preseason hero, Jarrett Stidham.
And I'll just say the Broncos offense is winning this period right here. This is the first one that they've looked better than the defense.
Those kind of make something out of nothing
Another
plays
touchdown
for Bo Nix has ignited the offense a little bit. Stiddy to Lil Jordan Humphrey, who was wide open on a deep in route in the back of the end zone. He was completely uncovered, and Stiddy found him. So
this has been a good session here for the Broncos offense. For how much they were struggling earlier on, they've come to life here a little bit.
Hey, but Bo Nix sparked it. Did Bo Nix spark it just by, turning chicken bleep into chicken salad? By just completing a couple passes he maybe had no business completing? And ever since then, the ones, the twos, and the threes have had some success here.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the same old story with the Broncos offense, getting off to a slow start, but they're starting to get some juice here.
And in the red zone, too. And especially if the defense can get more takeaways and shorten that field and get you better field position, and now you're starting at the 30 or you're starting at the 20. And can you capitalize on those situations and turn those points off of turnovers into 7 points instead of 3 points?
That's right. That's going to be a key this year for the Broncos. Can they capitalize on those defensive turnovers, which this defense is so good at creating?
And quite frankly, need to create more of. As good as the defense was this season, point of emphasis is, and some of it's just ball luck, is getting more takeaways.
I think we got, is that Ellinger in
here?
Yeah,
Ellinger is in now. So they've backed this up here to about the 15-yard line for the threes now to work.
He's in shotgun. Let's see if he can get a touchdown here.
Straight pass, flushed out to his right, and this play has been blown dead.
Yep, just threw it out of bounds. Okay.
And we're back.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what the offense looked like earlier on in practice. We'll see if they can punch it into the end zone here.
Or maybe they can, we'll see if it's a 3-and-out and Brandon Jones doesn't come on for another field goal.
I want to see a Brandon Jones field goal in a pressure situation.
Is Will Lutz out here today? All we've seen is Brandon Jones.
Oh yeah,
Will
that's
Lutz
right.
Is,
that's right. He's in Canton with
former
Shawnee.
Saint, friend of Drew Brees, friend of Sean Payton. So Brandon Jones. That's why it's been exclusively Brandon.
Yeah.
Hey, you never know, man. As I mentioned, Fairbairn got hurt for the Texans. Ogunbowale had to come in and make a clutch kick. If Lutz were to get hurt in game, you got a safety net in Brandon Jones. So we got a little pause in the action here as the threes are getting set, getting that play call in. You got to think that the language is quicker, more concise with Davis Webb. Sean Payton is also in Canton, Ohio. This is a Davis Webb show out at practice today.
Do you think Sean's getting updates on what's going on here today? I would imagine he is. Like, who's texting Sean about what's going on at Broncos camp?
Someone is. I mean, Sean's obsessed. I mean, at the very least, Sean is going to get a full recap of what happened today. There's a good bootleg off the – see, now that one, as opposed to the Bo Nix one from earlier. Now, granted, Bo completed one in the back of the end zone to Bryant, but that was Bo flush back off the back foot. That was more intention. There was space where Sam Ehlinger had time. Yes, he's throwing off the back foot, but it's kind of designed on that rollout, and he hit 87 in stride who went into the end zone there for a touchdown. And that's Cameron Ross, the undrafted free agent, who's not going to make this team. I mean, it's just there's too much. I've seen him getting kick return reps, but there's not even space for that. There's just so little space on this roster to make the 53. You're really fighting for practice squad spots or another team's practice squad spot.
So what are they on the 4-yard line here? It looks like
5 or 4-yard line handoff to Cody Schrader, who gets outside and I believe into the end zone for the touchdown. Now the defense may be starting to wear down here a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I think it's a little bit of both, Spring. But, boy, I like I said, it is good to see the Broncos offense get into the end zone a couple times here because, man, they were struggling completing a pass earlier on in practice.
Yeah, they were. And it felt like the defense really had that juice to them. They were fresh. And the longer this thing goes, it is a little overcast out here today, but it's not cool by any means.
There's your guy, Hakeem Butler.
So there's another
Ehlinger, touchdown.
There's another Ehlinger rollout. This time, he was more under duress. He had a body on him, and that was a good 20-yard air throw to Hakeem Butler in the right corner of the end zone. That must have been a safety blitz because that was Tyson Anderson.
Right in Ellinger's face.
But Ehlinger kept his composure and, had that good – he didn't fade backwards. He still kept his, he was still parallel going forward off the back foot on the run, sure, but he wasn't fading backwards. He was still upright, had good zip on it back of the end zone, right side to Hakeem Butler.
Boy, I understand that Ellinger's going up against the threes, Stiddy's going up against the twos, but Ehlinger has looked really good here today as he throws that one short.
Yeah,
right when I say that.
That's a play action, and again, lots of rollouts. Couldn't quite get to the outside. That was really kind of in the pocket off of the back foot, and that was a low throw to Troy Franklin, who got a rep with Sam Ehlinger there.
Here comes Bo in the ones, it looks like. He's talking with Troy Franklin right now.
Bo's going over to Troy Franklin, and he's giving him a pat on the back.
I like that from Bo.
Bo's in like an athletic stance here.
Yeah, what's Bo doing here? He's crouched down. It's hard to tell what he's doing.
Okay, so Bo's going to stay off the field.
Yeah.
Bo's just, whoa. He got a little rep. He's
He's coaching up Troy Franklin right now. He's literally coaching him.
He's saying, like, here's your step. Like, here's what you want to do.
He's literally telling him, like, it almost looks like he's showing him how to break off the line of scrimmage.
Exactly.
I love that from Bo Nix. I mean, he's literally coaching up Troy Franklin after doing a rep with the twos.
Bo Nix, he's
still
got his wide
him.
receiver stance. Bo just
He's
went into
still
wide
coaching
receiver
him.
stance and showed Troy, hey, and, they played together at Oregon. Those are a couple of longtime teammates. So good moment there between Troy Franklin and Bo Nix as we got a timeout here at Broncos practice. We'll see if scrimmage continues after this. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner out here live at Dove Valley. Altitude Training Camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. More from Broncos practice after this. Back at Broncos training camp, coverage presented by Ramos Law here on Altitude Sports Radio. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner. Looks like we're in a 2-minute drill here, Dan, as one of the Broncos coaches after a Bo Nix completion. This is actually my favorite Bo Nix completion of the day. Another rollout to the right, but this one had intention to it, some zip on it, off of a firm throwing base to R.J. Harvey on a right side rollout. And Harvey made the catch, went down. Broncos coach came out and mimicked a ref, waving his hand, clocks rolling, And so we're in a 2-minute drill, which is where, no surprise, the sense of urgency for Bo Nix comes up, and he loves working in these 2-minute situations.
Boy, it is incredible how good Bo Nix is in 2-minute situations, in crunch time, no time to think as he's dropping back here. Fires it to the
left side to Pat Bryant, who got outside of Chris Abrams' drain and made a hands catch. That was all hands extended near the sideline, 2 feet in, out of bounds. Clock stops, first down Broncos.
In spring, no Marvin Mims today, no Jalen Waddle today, so you've got Sutton, Franklin, and Pat Bryant as your other 3 penciled-in wide receivers. This is a great opportunity for Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin especially to really get some good reps here with the ones in Bo Nix. And, boy, Pat Bryant has been fantastic today. It's good to see him producing in this offense.
Yeah, as practice has progressed, Pat Bryant has become the standout player, for the Broncos on offense here today.
Sutton
yeah,
dropped it on the sideline.
Bo Nix had time in the pocket, went deep left, outpost to Sutton towards the sideline. Sutton kind of had to turn his body to high point that football. It's right in his hands. It looked like his feet kind of got tripped up a little bit as he turned around to make that catch, and he fell down and he got his hands on the ball, but he dropped it. That is a drop from Courtland Sutton. Maybe not in rhythm with not having practiced much this week.
Yeah, and that's the concern with Jalen Waddle being out, especially. Bo's been with Courtland for 2 years. That's the concern with Jalen Waddle being out is the timing stuff. They're going to know the offense, they're going to know the plays, but the timing with Jalen Waddle is what's concerning about him not being out here. How far can Bo Nix throw it out in front of Jalen Waddle on a deep ball to where he knows he's going to have the speed to be able to go get it? That's, for me, Spring, that's what's unfortunate about Jalen Waddle not being out here during this portion of training camp. But look, the good news is it's August 8th. They have 5 weeks until their first regular season game. We still have 5 weeks to go until their Monday night game against the Kansas City Chiefs to open up the season for the Broncos. So there's plenty of time, but this is the time of year where you want to get the timing down. You want to get all of the anticipation throws locked in between Bo and his wide receivers.
Bo Nix just had, after the Sutton drop, and if this was a game, man, that Sutton drop is a killer, right? That's an absolute killer. If you're in a 2-minute situation, that would have been a 30 to 40-yard gain to get you into field goal range. And let's say you need that 3 points to, tie the game late or maybe get the game-winning field goal. Those are back-breaking drops that really kills the momentum. But Bo rebounded with an over-the-middle throw for about 10 yards to Cameron Ross, the undrafted free agent out of UConn. So interesting, and you mentioned no Waddle, no Mims. That gives, other guys an opportunity to mix in with the ones. You just saw Cameron Ross get mixed in with the ones in, with the 2-minute situation, in a high-pressure situation. I know it's practice, but we're mimicking a high-pressure situation here, and he made the catch. Subsequent play, Bo Nix was flushed backwards into the pocket and just kind of had to throw it away deep right. But if this is a big-time 2-minute situation, you rebounded with the 10-yard completion to Ross over the middle, but you missed out on 30 yards to Courtland Sutton.
Yeah, look, Courtland Sutton has been, for years now, even before Bo Nix got here, Spring, has been the go-to guy in late-game situations, crunch-time situations, 2-minute drills, third downs. I'm not worried about Courtland Sutton in these types of situations.
No, he's got to get some rust off. He's got to get back into a rhythm. That's a
dart.
A
rocket.
That's
from Bo Nix
now
to
we
Troy
have
Franklin.
the new best throw.
Oh my God!
That's the best throw of the day. That was a dart.
A rocket from Bo Nix. That was incredible. Troy Franklin. They hurry up to the line
and they spike it to
Jess,
stop.
can you see the time on the clock over there? I can't see it from here.
1:12. We got a minute 12. That's a
11 seconds.
I was going to say, I feel like more time in this 2-minute situation. So we got to okay. We are setting up for a Brandon Jones field goal here. They've gotten Brandon Jones, Broncos safety, into field goal position because Will Lutz is in Canton.
It's so weird hearing you say that. They've got Brandon Jones
that
in
makes
field goal
me smile.
range.
I find great joy in that. So I want to emphasize that. That was Troy Franklin with a little kind of button hook middle left side of the field as Bo went kind of deep post to Sutton, overthrown. One of the Broncos coaches kind of give the flag motion, like that was holding on the defense. That was pass interference on the defensive back covering Cortland Sutton. But
I mean, it did look like he got held there.
He might have gotten held.
It looked like it from my vantage point.
And Sutton had inside leverage. It's a good look by Bo. He threw it high where only Sutton could make and it kind of did look like Sutton got held back there. That if he wasn't impeded, he might have in stride made a high point in stride catch in the end zone. But man, and it was kind of a back shoulder, middle left side of the field to Troy Franklin. What a throw by Bo Nix.
Yeah, that throw to Troy Franklin was special.
We're 3 wide here. Clock's got to be ticking down. Another end zone shot back shoulder. Left side
Did he make the catch?
to Cortland Sutton. I think it was broken up by Jaquan McMillan.
Yeah, that was a back shoulder to Cortland.
Similar to the Franklin pass, but a little more of an out route instead of that stop button hook type fade to the left side.
Yeah,
that one
right
was
on
more
the pylon.
Yeah, that was that cut outside. Throw it as Sutton is making the cut out, and it was there. McMillan's hand was there. I don't know if he tipped it or if the ball got through and Sutton couldn't make the catch, but nonetheless, McMillan did impact that the ability to catch from Sutton. And here we go. I mean, clock's got to be ticking down to in fact, I would say it's already dead. This is a thanks for coming one, and that's intercepted in the back of the end zone.
Yep, Bo picked off in the back of the end zone there.
See, if this was if Jesse was right, and I'm going to assume he was, there was 11 seconds left on the clock. Between the last couple plays and then, I mean, we were down to 3 seconds. You're not making that. that was a practice throw.
Yeah, that was like, hey, who cares if it can. Look, I'm okay with that. This is the time to experiment. If you're Bo Nix and he's throwing a couple of picks in training camp, so what? I don't care about training camp interceptions. This is the time to go all out, experiment, try to make the throw you normally wouldn't, just to see what you have. And that way in Bo's head, when you get into a real game situation of okay, I know I can't do that now in a real game, but because I've tried it out in training camp. So we'll see.
And the defense knows, now we know exactly what they want to do because they've done it 3 straight times now. And so they snuffed out that left side, back of the end zone, back shoulder ball. Didn't even see the DB who made the pick, but it was they knew it was coming. They just absolutely knew it was coming at that point. See, I would have liked to treat that like a game situation. And hey, make the throw, get the practice rep in. I'm with you, but there's probably 3 seconds left on that clock. You took your final shot to Sutton. McMillan broke it up. Fine. You got into good field goal range because of the great throw to Troy Franklin. Put Brandon Jones out there and let Brandon Jones simulate that kick.
Yeah, and I'm seeing Bo Nix on the sideline here. He was just he was doing hand motions of where to go. It almost looked like he was going over that last throw he just had in the back of the end zone with some of the coaching staff. And he's actually talking with Jalen Waddle on the side here, and then we've got Garrett Bowles over there as well.
All right, so that's it for the ones. Is now the twos. I see Cody Schrader out there. Who's our quarterback out there? This might be Ellinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Sam Ellinger. So I don't know if we're calling this twos or threes here, but the energy has now dissipated as we saw the ones get their 2-minute drill. Now Sam Ellinger's group will get their 2-minute drill, and not quite the same juice. But I would say overall for the ones, that was a B+. I'm going to give that a good B+. If Cortland Sutton would have made that catch, I'd have given it a firm A.
Yeah, and Sam Ellinger just had an excellent throw to the side of the field that's closest to the bleachers, the farthest side from where we're sitting, and for a completion. That was a great throw there from Sam Ellinger. Boy, I haven't seen City out here in a minute.
Yeah.
It's been Nix and Ellinger kind of running the show here.
Ellinger getting mixed in next. Look, backup quarterback is wide open, and I don't mean just between Sam Ellinger and Jarrett Stidham.
Do you think Sean feels that way, or,
I think so.
Or is it you feeling that way?
I mean, is this a is this a Davis Webb thing?
It may be.
And I'm sure Sean and Davis, even though Sean's not here, Sean gave Davis an outline of what he'd like to see today. You don't think that you even mentioned it, that just because Sean's in Canton doesn't mean that his fingerprints still aren't on this practice.
I guarantee you Sean Payton is getting live updates from practice. Guarantee you.
He might have just texted Davis and said, Sam goes in next.
I bet you Sean has a live stream on his phone or tablet and is watching practice live. I would not be shocked at all if that were the case.
I don't think you make nothing out of Sam Ellinger's unit being on after Bo Nix's unit and not Jarrett Stidham.
It's an interesting thing that we're seeing happen right in front of us right now, Spring.
And
Stiddy has not been out there in a while.
I think that messages are being sent to Jarrett Stidham, even though Jarrett Stidham has had a couple moments today. But guess what? Jarrett Stidham always has moments in training camp.
Yeah.
He has moments in the preseason. I do think that there is a lack of trust now based on what happened in the AFC Championship game. And I still think it's possible that this isn't necessarily Sam Ellinger versus Jarrett Stidham. This is a wide open or very open spot for backup quarterback, and there could be a mystery quarterback that's not even here today.
Oh.
I said this last week. I'm not sure that Sam Ellinger is who you truly want as your backup quarterback. He wears number 4. Brett Rippon wore number 4. Now, they're different quarterbacks, but he reminds me of Rippon. Good, smart quarterback. Knows how to read defenses. And I know that DMac, is look at that arm from Ellinger, and Ellinger's made a couple throws today. Had the one to Hakeem Butler in the back right side of the end zone. Had a couple throws with nice zip. But there is a limit to Sam Ellinger. There's a limit to a lot of backup quarterbacks, but there are backup quarterbacks who have a higher profile than a Sam Ellinger.
Yeah, I mean, you want your backup in theory and reality, I guess, Spring, to be able to come in, ideally not in the playoffs, but to be able to come in the regular season and be able to win a game or 2 or 3. I mean, that's what you want from your backup quarterback, to be able to do that in the regular season. It's tough to say with Stiddy because we haven't seen him do that in the regular season. We only saw him in an AFC Championship game, and we haven't seen that at all, at least with the Broncos from Sam Ellinger. But although Ellinger did start a little bit for the Colts at one point and looked okay, so he has done that. But yeah, I'm with you, man. Like, this is not just Jarrett Stidham's job to lose. I think I'm with you. This is wide open right now.
All right, we got a timeout here at Broncos practice. The scrimmage might be over. We might not get to see Jarrett Stidham get a run.
Looks like they're wrapping up
in the 2-minute drill. So we're going to give you our thoughts on the entirety of this scrimmage when we come back. I'm sure we will have assorted members of the Broncos talking to the media. We'll carry what we can live. Mark Springer and Dan Tanner out here at Broncos training camp. We'll give you our thoughts on the little mini scrimmage, the controlled scrimmage that we saw. Coming up next, Altitude Training Camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. It's Altitude Sports Radio. practice is over. And we got a lot to react to, and we'll likely hear from maybe Davis Webb. Dan and I were talking, Mark Springer, Dan Tanner out here at Broncos training camp. Davis Webb hasn't talked to the media yet in camp, and it was his practice today, in theory at least, because Sean Payton's physical body wasn't here. Although I'm sure that his spirit was, because Sean can't stay away. The ghost of Sean Payton was certainly out here today, but Sean Payton's in Canton, Ohio, getting ready to present Drew Brees into the Hall of Fame. But maybe we hear from Davis Webb today.
Jesse just said VJ.
VJ, we got VJ talking.
VJ's going to talk.
Haven't heard from him as well.
We might hear from Davis Webb, too. You never know.
Yeah, it's be a good day to hear from Davis Webb. So whoever talks to the media, we'll try to carry that live. But, Dan, thoughts from practice today? It was a lot of 11-on-11 live reps, game-simulated reps. It was a fun day. There were some ups. There were a lot of downs for the offense, but there were also some ups, especially late in practice.
Well, the defense early on, Spring, was flying around. I thought Q Robinson had a really good day. He was pressuring the quarterbacks pretty regularly, especially earlier on in practice, so good to see that from him. But it was a very inconsistent, like you said, up and down day for the offense. They did have a couple of good stretches, but the defense won the day by far. But I believe VJ is talking. So,
yeah, Chris, I believe just said in our ear that Vance Joseph is talking. So Chris Mitchell back at the studio. If we have that ready, let's go live to Vance Joseph at the podium.
Our D-line has played very well, along with our coverage guys. I think that's where it starts for us. It's always been that way. If we're stopping the run and rushing the passer, we're a good unit. But, that's where it starts up front for us.
In the background, you've seen Inyoma develop quite nicely
Yeah.
last year. What have you seen from him specifically as you got into spring camp?
Well, first I've seen a guy who changed his body. I mean, he's always been a big man. Now he's leaned out. He's moving very well. He's powerful. He's playing nose, 4-eye, 3 technique for us. He's rushing the passer better. So he's definitely fixed his body, and that's changed the player. He's always wanted it. He's always been a run stopper for us, but now he's a pass rusher. So it's fun to watch him improve. He's been dominant the last 2 days. It's fun to watch.
Vance is someone who goes against the ball every day and
Yeah.
as head coach the last couple of days. What have you seen from him in this camp?
Well, he's played well, and I would say this, guys, this training camp, it's been very competitive. It's gone back and forth. They've made some plays. Defense has made some plays. That's a good sign for our team. Our receiver group is deep, man, and it's all shapes and sizes. They all can make plays. Evans had a great camp. Our O-line is tough and smart. We got 3 or 4 good backs, so it's been fun to watch them play and improve every single day, and it's been hard on defense. Bo's played well. He's been accurate. He's moving very well. That's a great sign, but his deep ball touch has been really off the charts this training camp. And I know Sean wants to make more big plays this year, and it's there. It's happened in training camp. It's been 2 a day. I don't like it, for our defense, but I get it. Big picture-wise, it's so good for our team to watch him be so explosive with Watto and Evan and those guys. So it's been competitive. It's been a great camp on both sides, and both's playing well.
In what areas are you seeing progress from Savion Jones after spending most of last year in action?
He has played well this training camp. Last year, he wasn't strong enough. Again, he changed his body. He's strong now. He's at the point of attack, man. He's not being moved, and he can rush the passer. So, he's had a very, very strong camp. Obviously replacing JFM has been a big point of conversation for us. We've got 3 guys there, in my opinion, with Tyler and Savion and Innie. So I feel good about that. Replacing JFM.
How's DeAndre been doing? Looks like he had a good day today.
Who's this?
DeAndre?
Yes, he's fine. Playing very well, playing smart, upright, doing a good job.
Well, Davis Webb obviously has Sean Payton to learn from, and you're on the other side of the ball, but him being a still young coordinator, any particular advice you give him or anything at all?
Well, first of all, he's smart. He's so smart. He understands defenses, and the best play callers in this league understand defenses. So he's not just calling plays to call plays. I can tell, When he knows the coverage, he is calling the exact beater he should call. That's the first sign for a play caller in this league, in my opinion. And he has got great energy, man. He's pushing the guys to get better. He understands running the football is going to be, our calling card. But he's calling plays that makes the defense work. The shifts and motions, that makes us work. He's got a bunch of wide open concepts in practice because of shifts and motions. So he's worked very hard from the spring to now to put it all together, man. And it looks really good, and it's hard every day to kind of not game plan, but kind of just get ready for the things he's given us, because it's a lot, but it's so good for the offense to kind of show us it all. But the shifts and motions and the window dressing pre-snap has been good for all of us to see.
Coach, Reddy Moss has made a lot of plays
yes.
here in training camp. Where have you seen him grow this year?
He's grown with his football IQ. Riley is competitive. He has no physical limitations at all. His downfall last year was just playing clean, not getting penalties. But watching him now, he's been calm. He's seeing the splits. He's playing square with intermediate routes. I mean, the ball goes vertical. He's not fouling. He's fouling the football, and that's the progression for most young corners. If they're competitive, they can play. And once they fix the football IQ and it slows down and they find the ball, that's a very good player. So he's on track to have a great year.
What have Red and Torian shown together the last few days, especially since he has the
Red has had his best 2 days, the last couple of days. Red from day one has made every call cleanly. But he was kind of over processing things. But now he's playing fast again. He's punching the ball out for like yesterday's practice. But both guys are playing very fast. Red's job is a little different. He's making the calls. So it took him a couple of days to kind of get used to making calls and playing fast. But now he's doing that. So I'm looking forward to Friday night to see him play live action. With organic looks. It's going to be fun to see.
Sean said you guys talked about moving Jonah Ellis inside, but then decided to keep him outside. His potential there. Just what was that conversation like, and what potential do you see for him?
Well, that conversation happened last year. So last year he played some inside backer, but it was mostly on sub downs. Now it's going to be someone first and second down. My take on Jonah is when you watch our cut-ups after the season, he played really well, but he don't play enough. Same with Q. So to get him on the field more often, it may be packaged. So we can play Q more often also. So it's really team-based. To get our better players more reps, and he's one of our better players, but I don't want him watching half the game. I want him playing. So that's the conversation more often than him moving positions. It's having a package to play him on first, second, and third down.
What do you think of Brandon Jones' kicking ability?
I've seen it before. His operation's a little bit slow, so the ball may get blocked twice, but it was fairly accurate, but not real, too slow. But proud of him.
Guys,
you were around Larry Fitzgerald for 2 years.
Yes.
Hall of Fame. You praise his work ethic, how he trained others. Why is Larry so unique and a Hall of Fame player?
The person, the person so mature, so diligent. Intentional every single day. My best Larry story is my first year in Arizona. It was week like 17 or 18. It was pouring and raining, and we're practicing for nothing, right? We're going home next Sunday, and it's 7-on-7, and he's diving for balls. And I turned to those guys on the side. I said, man, that's the perfect example of what a pro looks like. He's playing for nothing but to get better to win the game on Sunday. But he's diving for balls in 7-on-7 in the pouring rain, and it wasn't for show. It was what he did every single day. But he's a wonderful person, obviously a wonderful player, and a great businessman, great father. So he's a complete package, man. He's a unicorn.
Fans, guys have talked about perfecting rather than learning this camp. How does that continuity help take you guys to another level?
It helps because, it's certain things that we don't have to teach in our fourth season together, as far as scheme stuff. Obviously, with football, the technique stuff, fundamental stuff, you teach every single day, every year. But it's been fun to watch them coach themselves and to correct themselves. That's a sign of a good unit. Alex has been with me for now 4 years. He can correct before I get to it, and most players can. But it's a great unit, but they're motivated and they're not satisfied with what we did last year. And our talks and meetings is always about it might not look like it did last year as far as all the numbers, but the play style should be the same, right? And the end result can be the same. It can be different as far as where we ranked. That's not important for us. It's about winning games and getting back to where we were. And it may look different, and that's okay, but the goal is the same.
So what would it take to get more takeaways? I know that's going to be a huge ask.
Well, that's a great question, and we're always focusing on that. But before we do that, it's about playing good football. Stopping the run, winning third downs, winning red zone, but also being intentional. When you have a chance to get the ball off the quarterback, you have to do it, right? It can't be, well, I forgot or I hope, right? It's got to be intentional. I think that's going to be a non-issue, in my opinion, right? If we play to our play style, I should say, it won't be an issue, in my opinion.
Vance, you mentioned with Robert Livingston as a young coach
Yeah.
a little more than a decade ago. What's it kind of been like to be with him again after having followed him?
It's been great. I mean, his football IQ is high. It's always good to add a coach who can add something to our defense. So hiring Jimmy 2 years ago was great for us. He changed some things, right? He made us look different. Same system, but how we play things look different. That makes you, hard to defend for offenses. And Rob's done the same thing. He's come in, he's taken our system and put his twist on it, and that's made it look different a little bit. He's so calm as a coach. He's been so great for Riley, to calm him down some. But great football coach, great mind, and got a really bright future.
Vance, you mentioned
last one, Brandon.
How good the wideout room is.
Yeah.
What have you seen from Ryan to make this?
Pat Bryant, he made 2 today. That was unbelievable, but that's been all camp. That's what he can be, man. I mean, he's the guy in that room, in my opinion. He blocks, catches the ball in traffic. He can track the ball vertically. He's great in the red zone, so he's a complete package. He's got great size, man. He loves to play. He's the same player every single day. And it's been fun to watch him and Mimsy, catch the deep balls, and Troy get behind the defense, every other day. It's been a challenge for our DBs, but again, that's great for our team, right? It's great competition every single day. It made Pat work harder every single day, covering Waddle. So that entire group had a great camp, in my opinion.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
That is Vance Joseph, Broncos defensive coordinator, talking to the media. Pat Bryant?
Getting in work?
That was the first, because, man, VJ used to, when he was the head coach here, so many times, someone would ask him about a player, and he'd be like, DeMarcus Walker? Chris?
J.J. Watt? J.J. Watt?
J.J. Watt? Pat Bryant? First one. That's the first one since VJ's been back as DC. He must have. Someone was listening to the Kreckman and Lindahl show and heard us play those drops ad nauseum and told Vance, hey, man.
Heard you play those drops. Not us. You played those drops, Spring.
VJ's great. He's been a great defensive coordinator. Sometimes you have trouble hearing. That'll happen, but you better believe that I'm going to cut that up, and now Pat Bryant is making his way into that rotation. But, yeah, I think Pat Bryant was best offensive player today?
I would say it was between he and I thought Jonah Coleman had a really good day too.
Yeah.
Jonah Coleman had a couple of plays in their red zone period. Now, granted, it was just a couple yards up the middle, but he got it done. And again, Spring, like we were talking about earlier, what I envision Jonah Coleman's role being this year for the Broncos is that short yardage, gotta have it sort of back. J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey are going to be your more dynamic playmakers from the running back position, at least early on. I think Jonah Coleman is going to be more of a specialist of like, hey, we need this 3 yards to pick up a first down. Go get it. And then you're going to have R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, like I said, be more of a dynamic running back. But, yeah, Pat Bryant, I'm with you, Spring. I mean, he was phenomenal today. And he's been phenomenal all camp for the Broncos so far here early on. I think Pat Bryant, if he can stay healthy, like I said, they featured him in the divisional round against Buffalo. I mean, he was the featured guy on their first drive of the game. He's got a rapport with Bo Nix, Sean Payton, Davis Webb obviously like him and trust him. I think Pat Bryant, if he can stay healthy, knocking on wood here, he's in for a monster year for the Broncos offense.
If Bo Nix didn't, launch a murder ball to Pat Bryant, what was it, late in that Jaguars game?
That's right.
And nothing, like, this game's over, but let's force one to Pat Bryant, and then he got lit up and concussed.
Yeah.
I think he could have done even more down the stretch and in the playoffs for the Broncos. He was signing a lot of Broncos players signing autographs here for the fans. I see Marvin Mims has been out there for a while. He's been in a hoodie today. Emo Marvin Mims, even though it's hot out, he's got the hoodie on because he's bummed. At least I'm theorizing that he pulled a muscle yesterday.
Taking after Jalen Waddle. That's Jalen Waddle's look with the hoodie up.
Oh man, I can't practice today. It's emo Marvin Mims, but he's been out here forever signing autographs. Pat Bryant spent a lot of time signing autographs, and then the way he jogged off the field, he just looked like a pro. Like it looked like Pat Bryant's been doing this for 5 years, but this is year 2. I think he's just confidence from Pat Bryant right now. And you mentioned Jonah Coleman. Early stages of scrimmage, saw a running back lined up next to Bo Nix. I saw a 2. It's like, is that J.K. Dobbins? No, J.K. Dobbins had a veteran rest day today. Several veterans had rest days today. It was Jonah Coleman, and it was the way he lined up, and it's a little thing, but the way you prepare to take a handoff. R.J. Harvey, when I see him lined up, he doesn't look dangerous as a runner. It looks like a guy who's ready to leak out to catch a pass. Jonah Coleman had that lock into him where he's ready to take a ball, go up the middle, and lower a shoulder. And we saw a run like that from Jonah Coleman today, where it was a little 4-yard run, but he lowered his shoulder and put himself in position to pick up an extra 2 or maybe 3. So I do think, Jonah Coleman, to me, if R.J. Harvey is showing potential in the passing game, but as far as running back 2, Jonah Coleman is putting himself in a position to get carries behind J.K.
Actually running the football.
Rushing attempts.
Yeah, I 100% agree, Spring. And that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, R.J. Harvey, I love R.J. Harvey, but I don't think he's going to have more of, and Sean's talked about this, he's going to have more of a Darren Sproles role on this team, which, by the way, that is a good thing. I want R.J. Harvey. R.J. Harvey does not need to be a bell cow running back for the Broncos. He needs to be their Darren Sproles.
Sure.
He needs to be a guy that, can he take a hand off and take it to the house? We saw him do that against the Cowboys last year. He can do that, but where R.J. Harvey's going to be most effective is the screen game, the wheel routes, in the flat,
toss routes, or
all
if he's
of that
running,
stuff
it's
on the
going to be
outside.
get him to the edge, and that's where R.J. Harvey wants to be. But Jonah Coleman is showing that he can go up the middle. He can go between the tackles, and they need somebody like that behind J.K. Dobbins to spell Dobbins from time to time.
I'll say this, Spring. I think Jonah Coleman is going to be what Sean Payton and the Broncos wanted Audric Estime to be. I think that's the role that he's going to fill.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like with Estime last year, it was like, he's not that talented, but he is a bigger guy who can go north-south. And they don't have anyone like that outside of Dobbins who profiles like that on the roster. Now, they ultimately cut Estime because he just wasn't very talented.
Coleman is far more talented than Audric Estime.
Yes,
he is.
So
There's
I think
no
they
question.
got their guy. I think they got their guy who can do that behind J.K. Dobbins. All right, more reaction from Broncos training camp today. Enye Owazurike had to leave practice, but Vance Joseph had good things to say about him. We'll talk about that defense. They had a strong day overall, and Bo Nix turned it on in the 2-minute drill.
And VJ said something very interesting about Bo Nix that I want to get into.
We'll talk about that next. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Mark Springer and Dan Tanner out here at Broncos training camp. Now on a Saturday afternoon. We were here out here at 10 a.m. We'll go till 2 p.m. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We just heard from Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph in the last segment. And one of the early things he was asked about was defensive tackle Enye Owazurike, who... I believe out of Iowa State, and was suspended for gambling his rookie season.
That's right.
So a little behind the 8 ball.
Get off the team Wi-Fi.
There are ways to, don't make it that obvious.
Come on, man.
Don't do it at the facility. You know?
Well, hey, Spring, according to VJ, and I believe it was DJ Jones earlier in the week, DJ Jones had high praise for Owazurike and said he is going to be a beast, so much so that he feels confident that Owazurike is going to be able to fill the void that was left by the departure of Jonathan Franklin Myers.
Sure.
And from everything I've been seeing and hearing about Owazurike, he has been an absolute beast so far here in training camp. So good news for the Broncos D-line, especially with Matt Henningsen going out for the year with another torn Achilles, the other Achilles opposite of the one he tore last year in San Francisco in their joint practices with the Niners. But all good news with Enye Owazurike so far.
He did leave, I guess, at the end of practice, left with the trainers. Look, it was hot out today. I mean, it's one per day, right? You're seeing at least one per day.
That's right.
Some sort of muscle injury, leaving camp, but VJ didn't indicate anything about that. It's hopefully nothing too serious there. And, there's a reason he's stuck around despite being suspended for a year. That's a big boy. And as a 4th-round pick, a little bit of a development guy, but I think his time is now. With John Franklin Myers leaving, he's going to get mixed in. He's got a lot of talent, was a raw prospect. The development seems to have gone well. And he is one of the pieces that gives me confidence about this defensive line. Savion Jones really kind of more of that, D-end guy behind Zach Allen. But that defensive line, the depth is stocked and ready to go.
I got to give the Broncos coaching staff, developmental staff, a ton of credit. Their scouts, their draft process. This team has been elite at finding talented linemen, especially on the defensive line, later on in the draft. I mean, they've had a plethora of guys. I mean, Jonathan Cooper was a 7th-round pick, Spring. 7th rounder.
Yeah.
You want to go to Davis Webb?
Davis Webb
is
talking right now. No Sean Payton today. He was in Canton, Ohio with Drew Brees, so it was the Davis Webb show offensively. Let's hear from the Broncos offensive coordinator, Davis Webb.
Our players, and now the huddle will learn something every game, every drive, and then we'll kind of review it as the game goes, and especially post-game, and try to get 3 good opportunities before Kansas City on Monday night. It'll be rocking, and I know they'll be a good team, so it'll be a good opportunity for us to kind of feel that out, because most of these practices are scripted, and we kind of know what we're going to run. They kind of know what they're going to run, and we'll see what happens in a few weeks.
What did you think of the rhythm today?
Yeah, I think 6 days straight. I remember that as a player, but there's no excuse. But the good thing is that has benefited us throughout the last 3 years. Like, we kind of have had really good stretches towards the end of the year because of these types of practices, these types of days where it's physical, it's hot, a lot of running for the receivers, and they're getting in shape, ready to rock for a long 17-plus game season, hopefully.
Davis, what strides have you seen Bo take now that he's entering his 3rd season?
Yeah, I think he's right on par with the other guys I've been around going into year 3, and I'm really satisfied where he's at. Both getting in and out of plays, getting to the huddle, getting in and out of the huddle fast, checking plays when it's appropriate, not overthinking, getting completions underneath, and using his feet. I think the injury last year, it was important for him to kind of move around a little bit early here, and I think he's done a really good job. I'm really satisfied with who he is.
Last year, Pat Bryant kind of worked his way up quickly. What do you see from him coming into this training camp? Seems like he's making big plays every day.
Man, Patty Ice has had some really, really good practices. I think you know, when Jalen went out for a couple days, or Cortland, him, Troy, they really stepped up and made some plays down the field. I think Pat is very, very savvy. He's smart. When he catches the ball, his feet are on the ground, and it's the things we were attracted to whenever he was coming out of Illinois. And it's really, really cool to see him take another jump this early in the year, too.
You guys, what's your process in deciding whether you'd rather be up in the booth or down the sideline?
Yeah, we're still working through that, Sean and I. I would like to be on the field, is where I'm at today. I didn't play much in my NFL career. I kind of saw the game a lot from that point of view, so I feel pretty good there. But, you know, we'll talk about it a little bit more, but that's where we're headed right now.
You hit a lot of deep balls early in training camp and sprinkled throughout ever since. I mean, is that something you want to do with the offense this year, is have your quarterbacks kind of look downfield more?
Yeah, I think every play has a life of its own. You know, the intent of the play caller, whether that be a shot, they all drop deep, put it in play underneath. I think it's kind of a two-way street in regards of what the defense gives you and what the offense is trying to attack. I think every day is different. Every install has been different. What we're trying to go after, whether that be more drop back one day, more gap protection, gap runs one day, more play action, hard sell. Every day's been a little bit different, but our guys have noticed we made plays on the ball down the field.
How do you like how Stiddy and Ellinger are looking? I know Ellinger's getting a little work with the twos. How are they coming along so far?
They've been great. I mean, Stiddy, he's been in a year 4. You know, he spotted play for us very well, and I think Sam has grown tremendously from last year to this year, and we're really, really fortunate to have 3 really good quarterbacks, and not every organization can say that. We can, and we trust all 3 if they had to play, and I'm really looking forward to those guys in the preseason.
Sean was saying the other day, if there's a growth point for Bo, maybe it's he goes through his progressions so quickly that sometimes the first read is there. He sits on it a little bit longer. And what's the development for him there? Do you sense that he's progressing in that area? What are your thoughts?
He's definitely progressing in that area. I think there was some long hours in the offseason as a staff, and our pass game staff, of really trying to evaluate and watch the last 3 years or 2 years of him playing, and how does our first read marry up with the second read, like depth-wise and play call-wise, where we are in point of the game. I think we've done a good job kind of managing that. That is true. However, that allows him to get to his feet as well. So there's some positives, some negatives to that. Josh Allen's very similar at that stage in his career with Bo, and I think it's noticeable the strides he's taken, hanging on one, getting to 2 to 3, and then using his legs.
Sean was also saying the other day, you know, at times, like, he'll obviously still have a play sheet, this or that. You know, there's going to be, at times, suggestions of calls, and at times there are going to be mandates. Like, do you have a sense on how that process is going to go, where Sean maybe puts a play in your ear here or there? Like, are you receptive to that?
Yeah, I think that's pretty normal across most staffs. Like last year, we would feed him ideas, and he'll do the same this year. And even the preseason game last year, when it was that one game I got the call, you know, he called 3 good plays that game, you know? So if he goes 3 for 3, it's going to be great. But it'll be easy.
How does going up against Vance's defense help you?
It's awesome. We get to see a top 5 NFL defense every single day of the week. So it's a blessing from the first level to the second level, the third level, to go against those guys and just see the growth of Chris Abrams-Drain, Pat Surtain, obviously. Alex Singleton has been hustling everywhere. He's been noticeable. Our D-line's getting after the QB. So, yeah, we get to go against a great defense every day, and that'll benefit us throughout the season.
David, Sean said the other day that he doesn't feel rookie when it comes to John Coleman. What's been your impression of kind of his early start in this offense?
It's very mature, both on and off the field. The way he speaks, the way he thinks. He has natural instincts. You know, we draw up a play, and the defense does something a little different. He doesn't hesitate. He has conviction in what he wants to do, and he knows the playbook. He's been studying his butt off. I think Lou's done a really good job with them. And, man, I mean, we have a great room. I mean, top to bottom. I mean, name 6 running backs on an NFL team right now. They're as good as our depth right now there.
Davis, what's it like having, or how much of a luxury is it to have the consistency with your O-line that you've had, especially with so many vets up there?
I think it's a blessing, especially when we're trying to adjust a few plays here and there, but knowing that that's the group that has been here the most. All 5 starters for the most part. I know we had Lloyd my first year here, but then here comes Luke into the fold. So it's very, very comforting to have a left tackle like Garrett, a right tackle like Mike, and our 2 guards are awesome, and then Luke's probably the smartest center I've been around.
BJ was just very complimentary about how well you read a defense and how well you're play calling. Is there a friendly competition between coordinators?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's fun to go against a pristine defensive coordinator every single day as well. Like Vance is well respected across the league. Even before I got here, we played him in Arizona in 2020 on the Hail Murray. That was always a tough battle.
All right, there we go. Might have had some buffering there from Davis Webb, but either way, got the bulk of that media availability from Broncos offensive coordinator Davis Webb. Dan, there you have it. The Broncos have the best quarterback room in the NFL. They have the deepest and best running back room in the NFL. I have zero arguments to that. I will say this about Jarrett Stidham, okay? There is a comfortability there in terms of him knowing the scheme and the system.
A little too comfortable for my liking.
Sure.
I get what you're saying, Spring. He knows this offense. But look, Sam Ehlinger was here last year. He knows the offense too. I will just say this. This is not based on the performance in the AFC Championship game last year. It's really not. And I'm trying to keep that out of my mind and just take this training camp as a fresh start, a brand new day for how I view Jarrett Stidham. Sam Ehlinger has been the better of the two quarterbacks, in my opinion, so far in training camp. We saw them warming up before they got going in their scrimmage today. Sam Ehlinger just has more juice in his arm. He's got more of a live arm than Jarrett Stidham. I just think Sam Ehlinger can give you more. He can make more throws. He's a little bit more accurate on the field. At least that's what I've seen so far. And again, like we were talking about earlier, Spring, like I don't think it's penciled in that Jarrett Stidham is the backup quarterback. I don't. I think Sam Ehlinger has had a good enough camp to where he's at least going to force the Broncos coaching staff to really think about it and evaluate, like, what's the best option to back up Bo Nix and who can come in the regular season, if need be, and win this team a football game or two or three.
He nicknamed Pat Bryant Patty Ice.
I love it.
Which is a Natty Ice thing there.
Or Matty Ice.
Yeah,
Ryan.
Matt Ryan. You know, Patty Ice,
I love it,
is a very, when I heard Davis Webb say that, I could also picture Mike Sanford saying that.
Well, you said you think Davis
I think
Webb
they kind of
look alike.
Yeah, Davis Webb was walking our way before practice started, and there's some similarities.
By the way, that's not a shot at Coach Sanford.
No.
Davis Webb is a handsome guy. Okay?
Tall, very striking. And that just sounded like something Mike Sanford would say. Patty Ice.
I love it.
So
that's how I will be referring to him from this point moving forward.
But I
just wish I thought of it first.
Pat Bryant, to me, he was the offensive player of the day. They might have been the defense won the day again, despite the offense, the ones finally looking good in the 2-minute drill, which has been another common theme. Like, the common themes are defense wins the day, but Broncos offense looks good in the 2-minute drill, and that's a theme of last season. Defense was very good. Broncos offense really got it going when they would play with tempo. Primarily, you would see it in the 2-minute situations, in those late game situations when they had to have it, and they were forced to up the tempo. That's when the Broncos offense got it going today.
Although I will say the 2-minute situation today with Bo Nix and the ones definitely struggled. I thought Ehlinger did a better job in the 2-minute situation just today. Because I know
I thought the ones were good in the two. You did have
the rip pass from Bo to
Troy Franklin.
Yes.
The little back shoulder. It was kind of middle of the field back shoulder.
That was the best throw of the day.
That
in my
thing
opinion,
had some
by
zip
far.
on it. That was Bo, I like him throwing on the run, but today, and he had some completions kind of throwing on the run a little bit, but he was under duress, throwing off his back foot. A little Hail Mary-esque. He completed a couple of them. One to Pat Bryant in the back of the end zone. But that one was in tension with space on the run. He was really able to step into it, but he threw it back shoulder. And that was some zip to Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
The drive started with a rollout to the right to throw to R.J. Harvey. But again, Bo had time and space to make that open throw. And he also had Sutton open down deep right. That should have been completed. That was kind of a Sutton turning around, high pointing at last second, kind of got his feet tangled up. Bo had a good 15-yard out route to Sutton. That was kind of the last true clock's winding down to this 2-minute drill. There's like 6 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if we can get one last heave into the end zone. around the pylon area, around the goal line area. He had Sutton. Jaquan McMillan did get a hand in there to kind of disrupt things, but Nix made the throw. Sutton couldn't make the catch. But Bo looked good in that 2-minute scenario.
I thought he looked okay. The pass to Troy Franklin, though, like you mentioned, Spring, was by far the best throw of the day from any of the Broncos quarterbacks. I mean, I'm telling you, Spring.
That thing had zip on it.
I think Bo Nix has elite arm strength, which is so insane to say just from a couple of years ago when he was coming out in the draft. One of the biggest knocks on Bo Nix was, well, he doesn't have as good of an arm as some of the other top quarterbacks in the 2024 draft class. His arm has gotten stronger.
It's definitely improved. I don't know if I can go elite, but it's improved.
Oh, I think he's got an elite arm.
Okay.
I think in college he did not. But I think his arm has gotten significantly stronger, and I think Bo Nix has an elite NFL arm. Now, does he have a Josh Allen arm? Does he have a
Well, that's
Caleb
what I'm saying.
Williams
Yeah, I can't
arm?
go that high.
But those are like the
cream of the crop.
There's a tier above elite, right? But Bo Nix, in my opinion, his arm has gotten significantly stronger, and I think he has entered the territory of one of the quarterbacks in the NFL who does have an elite arm. He can make any throw on the field, and that pass to Troy Franklin was a perfect example of it.
And then the other thing that Davis Webb said that caught my ear was talking about where he's going to coach from on game days, sideline or in the booth. And he said, look, in my playing career, I was a second, third string guy. I was on the sideline a lot, and I learned a lot seeing the game from that vantage point. And it sounded like that's where he is leaning towards calling plays. But guess what? I think that's where Sean Payton wants him to.
Well, sure.
Because Sean wants to be able to, run right up next to him and, cuss him out or hopefully, politely give him a suggestion or two or a mandate or two.
Demand.
An interjection in a healthy way. But also, look, I do think that if Davis is going to be a head coach in this league, which I think is very likely to be next season, this might be one and done play calling thing for Davis Webb.
Not, man.
Well, we'll see how this season goes, but he's going to be a play caller head coach, and the play caller head coach is on the sideline, right? So you got to get that experience calling the plays from the sideline. So for a number of reasons, even though, look, you could make the argument it would make more sense for him to be up in the booth. One would be to stay away or further away from the meddling of Sean Payton. Another would be, look, I think the bird's eye view can be a positive. Certainly helps Vic Fangio being up there. That from the defensive side.
It does seem like more defensive play callers
Sure.
are up in the booth, whereas the offensive play callers are on the sideline.
There's that. But you can make an argument for him being in the booth, but it seems like all signs are pointing towards him being on the sideline. So Mark Springer, Dan Tanner out here at Broncos training camp. Our coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. When we come back, we're going to hear from Broncos special teams coordinator Darren Rizzi. Brandon Jones, Broncos free safety, was your field goal kicker today with Will Lutz out in Ohio. Getting Drew Brees, getting friendly with Drew Brees as his old teammate goes into the Hall of Fame. So that's something we expect Darren Rizzi to comment on. As Brandon Jones had some juice on his kicks today. Now, Vance Joseph was very critical of Brandon Jones' kicking, saying that his process was too long.
Yeah.
It's like,
that
hey,
was interesting.
Look, that's a breaking case of emergency thing if Brandon Jones needs to kick field goals. Jeremy Crawshaw had some bombs today. And also, what's Darren Rizzi think about practice without Sean Payton? We might hear about that as Darren Rizzi and Sean Payton go back a long ways. We will hear from Darren Rizzi next on Altitude Sports Radio. We are back here at Broncos training camp. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Mark Springer and Dan Tanner out here. And let's hear from Broncos special teams coordinator Darren Rizzi. The Riz man talked after practice today. Chris, let's hear from Darren Rizzi.
With the jugs. No, hey, listen, the thing I found out as a young coach in this league is it's totally, after spending 16 years in college, you had, 3 kickers, 3 punters, all that. Obviously, with the restrictions on game day roster, you have to have a contingency, And we've seen it happen in other games across the league. I remember Houston's the one that sticks out a couple years ago. They had a running back kick a field goal in a game, and so we had to have a contingency for everything. So just obviously with Will being in Canton, it was a perfect opportunity to get Brandon a couple kicks, and he did a great job.
Brandon Jones is the backup then?
We have a couple different options. The interesting thing with these Australian guys, which, I've had a few of, is a lot of them have never place kicked. They've only punted. Oh. And so they've drop kicked before, but not snap, hold, kick. People wouldn't think it's that big of a deal. It is if you haven't done it. A lot of the American punters have at least somewhere along the lines. Most of the majority of them have done it, but a lot of the Australian guys have not. So we have a back contingency for all that: snapper, holder, kicker, punter. And so Brandon's just one of the options. It was he did it in a couple practices last year. I don't know if we had this. The fan base here and you guys, but he had kicked a couple before. So again, just getting a couple. We'll do the same thing with the snapper, with the holder. We'll do the contingencies all throughout.
Well, how is Crawshad kicking?
He's not a kicker. He's a punter. He's not a kicker. If we have, he can drop kick, believe it or not. So he could kick off, believe it or not, from the 35 down to he could get it that far. But with the drop kicks, obviously sometimes the accuracy isn't there. But he can launch the ball in a drop kick, but not. Those guys are a little bit awkward off the tee. I know it's again not something you would think about, but
well, Flutie did it.
Yeah, he did. Exactly right. It's exactly right. So we've practiced that too. We've practiced a direct snap. With all these Australian guys that I've had over the years, we've practiced that as well. So direct snap to the kicker and drop kick it through is another option. You got to remember the timing aspect of it too. You got to get that down. Get that worked out. So, and then we can always go for 2.
The returners, obviously, you know what you're getting with Marvin, but
yeah.
What have you seen from some of these younger guys too in the event you need somebody else?
Yeah, listen, that was a big focus. I think I mentioned this before in the draft process and in the free agency process as well with the undrafted guys, was guys that had returner value. I think we've kind of answered that with some of the 90-man, and now it's really just getting in the games and seeing what some of these guys can do. Sean Fresh is a guy that did really well in the UFL. He's also an option. Cam Ross is a guy. Colby Katz is a guy. All these guys have had some experience. So they're going to get plenty of work here. I think you hit the nail on the head. We kind of know what some of the veteran guys that have been here can do. We're going to get a lot of these younger guys that haven't been in the game situations in the NFL, some work here. So you're going to see a lot of those bodies out there in these 3 preseason games.
With Jeremy, how is he coming along as a punter, specifically the direction aspect?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't know how much you guys noticed today. He had a great day today. I thought we worked some of the corner kicks going to the right and obviously some of the going ins. I thought his last 2 times out here in practice, he's been real good. I think those are his 2 best days he's put together. Started off a little bit inconsistent, but these last 2 days. So hopefully that carries over next Friday. It's crazy. We only have 2 punting sessions and 2 kicking sessions before the game next week. So, it's coming, right? We're leaving on Thursday. So, again, for the specialists, I think the preseason is a little bit different than a position player. I think you get more out of the specialist position, meaning, the game-like atmosphere. And so those 3 games for those guys, for Will and for him and for the snappers, will be a good deal.
How much do you stress to some of these young guys, maybe your ticket to making the 53 is how you doing special teams, or maybe even making the practice squad versus not?
Yeah, listen, I think you look at our roster, making our 53-man roster, for the majority of these younger guys, they're going to have to show something here in these games on special teams as core players. I don't think that's a big secret. I mean, obviously, you see we're top-heavy with our roster, but these bottom spots are going to be big time. These battles going on at certain positions are going to come down to, and I know Sean has said it, going to come down to how these guys perform. So these 3 games are big for a lot of those guys.
Coach, you've been to a lot of practices with Sean Payton leading. What was it like these past 2 days not having him here?
I think it's a credit to Sean. This thing's a well-oiled machine. I think it was the same way in New Orleans. There's a couple times he missed, for different reasons. Listen, I think you have a lot of coaches out here with a lot of experience. We all know exactly what Sean wants. The players know exactly what Sean wants. They know what he expects. I think Vance did a great job these last couple days, but I think it's a credit to Sean. How everyone kind of just we're going. It's like the old time to make the donuts commercial. Like the old Dunkin' Donut. Like everybody comes into work, we know exactly what we have to do. Everyone knows their role. Everybody's the head coach of their certain area, and I think how smooth these last couple days have gone are not only a credit to Vance, but they're a big credit to Sean and how he operates the organization.
Chris, going back to talking about the roster being top heavy and pretty well set. Does it feel like maybe a little more than previous years, whether here or other places, special teams and your input is going to matter maybe more in roster construction?
Yeah.
What you're going to need?
Yeah. Listen, it's a fair question. I think there's a few positions that we're looking at that the core teamers are going to be, it's going to be kind of their ticket onto the team, as was mentioned. And so I think there may, some positions up more than others. But some of these younger guys, and again, I think George and his staff did a great job in the draft process of targeting guys that could potentially come in and be core players. So, these next 3 games, Vance just said it when we broke down, this Friday coming up, some of these rookies, this would be the biggest game they ever play in their career, because it could be, decide whether or not they make this team or not. So
Evaluate how Brandon Jones did.
I'm sorry?
How Brandon Jones did kick it.
How did he do today?
Yeah.
Well, he went 3 for 4. So, no, I think the first couple of the operation time was a little slow. The ball, he's got a real natural rotation. I think he's got a soccer background. The ball rotation was really good. I thought the third and the fourth kick, the operation time was more realistic. I think the first couple he was kind of feeling his way. But we were anywhere between 33 and 39 yards there, and so that's what you want to do. You just want to know in a game if we get down in the red zone, we need an extra point or we need a short field goal, what are your options going to be? So is that option better than going for 2? I was joking around before, but do we get a better chance of kicking a PAT with a backup kicker or going for 2 analytically? So but all those spots, punter, like I said, punter will do at one point. Will can punt, by the way. He has punted before, and then the snappers and the holders. So all those guys will get work as we go.
What would you do, go for 2 or kick it?
Me? Ask me about 2 weeks. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, they're not going to give it away. They'd go for 2. I think they would go for 2.
Yeah.
But, hey, if it's and you heard Darren Rizzi reference it, and I referenced it earlier in the show, the Dare Ogunbowale, it was a clutch field goal he hit for the Texans, and that had to be like a 4th and not short situation.
Are you talking about the Broncos-Texans game last year? Was it that game?
Because I thought they had Texans.
Didn't the Texans have to bring in a kicker in the Broncos game? I'll go back and check. For some reason in my memory, I thought they had to do it.
But let's say it's like 4th and 7, and you're on the opponent's 25, and you need a field goal to tie it, and there's like 3 seconds left on the clock, and Will Lutz is hurt. You're kicking the field goal. If you got Brandon Jones showed today, he can hit from 30 to 40 yards. Now, Vance Joseph criticized his process. Guess what? Ogunbowale's process wasn't great, but just focus in. Hit that kick.
Yeah, and by the way, the process, they can get that cleaned up. I mean, that's a very fixable thing. I'm not saying VJ was wrong in what he said. I'm sure he's right, but, come on. That's, to me, that's pretty easily correctable. He can hit the field goals. We saw it today.
In all likelihood, it won't come to a situation like that. And Darren Rizzi saying, no, Jeremy Crawshaw cannot kick field goals. He can do the drop kick. The drop kick is where – you receive it kind of like you're punting it, but then the ball has to hit the ground.
Yeah.
So you kind of catch the ball, you drop it, ball hits the ground, and kind of right as it hits the ground, boom, you kick it through. Crawshaw can do that, apparently. But based on what I saw from Brandon Jones today, if Will Lutz ever gets hurt in-game and you are in a situation where field goal makes more sense than going for it on 4th down or going for 2, Brandon Jones can do it.
Yeah, and he's got a soccer background, as we just learned from Darren Rizzi. He's got a soccer background. Because I was wondering, why Brandon Jones of all of the guys out here? And we just heard why. He's got a soccer background, and he's able to do that. And like you said, Rizzi said, he's got great rotation. I mean, Spring, he was kicking them right in front of us here. He was kicking it from 40 yards out. I mean, they were not just eking over the goalpost.
No, they were near the top of the uprights.
They would have been good from 50 plus.
I think 50 plus, yeah.
Easy.
Yeah. So, hey, you never know. It's good to be prepared for every situation. He talked about Sean Payton not being here today, and it does feel like when Sean's here, it's like Dad's here. Like, you better be on your P's and Q's. Like, Dad's here. You know, this isn't a mom day. This is a dad day.
Today felt like a remember having a substitute teacher in school,
sure.
and you kind of go into class knowing like, okay, this isn't going to be this isn't going to be a real class here today. We're going to be able to get away with some stuff that the regular teacher wouldn't have allowed. That's what today felt like.
Sean does bring that big dad in energy.
Yes, the strict dad.
Yeah, strict dad. Like, better not screw up today. So we are out here live at Broncos training camp. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner. Our training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. More reaction from Broncos practice today next. Final hour of this Saturday midday edition of the Altitude Training Camp Show. Coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. DMac is back with me. I'm Mark Springer and Dan Tanner. And DMac, thank you for bringing us each a slice of Luca Evans' goodbye cake. I housed it during the break.
You
swallowed that whole piece whole.
Jesse just inhaled his, too.
I don't even think Springer chewed the cake. He literally just swallowed it whole, and then it was gone.
In terms of quirks of training camp, this is Luca Evans of the Denver Post, and the cake said, my name is Luca. Okay, perfect. And for the record, Spring, you doused down fecht, and Jesse had purr.
Oh.
They were you had together. You guys are perfect.
Wow.
So that's I got that pieces specifically for that reason, and to pat myself on the back. I usually go from the media room back down here because they make us go outside, not on the field. Like last Saturday, I could go inside. Remember that? No. Yeah. I walked. First time I've walked from the media thing around the entire building because I couldn't figure out how to ride my bike with 2 pieces of cake on the bike. And so I'm just pointing out the sacrifices I'm making for you 3 guys.
You need a little basket on the front of your bike.
For those about to talk, I salute you.
I burned a lot of calories here today. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And
that replenished me.
You got Brandon Jones kicking. And you got goodbye cake.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay,
the
perfect.
benefits of being out here on Saturday.
Okay, perfect is such a great answer.
Okay, perfect. It's great, isn't it?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Got it. Yep, your name's Luca. Cool.
My name is
Don't
Luca.
care.
Cool story, bro.
Okay, perfect.
It doesn't matter what your name is. Can't believe
And Sean's not here.
I know.
Sean's not here for Luca's last day.
Yeah. What did you make of the Davis Webb-led offense today? All Davis Webb. I mean, it's
you carry the pressers, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so when I asked what was the rhythm of the offense today, his non-response was his response. It was a terrible day for the offense. They were dropping balls left and right. They had no rhythm today. They stalled out twice in the on the 2-minute drive. One worse than the other. The worst, I think, was Ellinger. They got the ball down to the 7, looked all right, and it was 4 futile shots from the 7. Bo couldn't figure it out today. It was not a great day for the offense, in my opinion. So there is a competition between the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, and VJ won. Ain't no doubt about it. Defense won today. So Davis Webb, I think, was a little frustrated, to be honest with you, body language-wise, temperament-wise. I think overall it's been good for the offense, but today wasn't that day.
Well, and Spring and I were talking while they were doing scrimmage today here, DMac. Yeah, there was a stretch where the offense, it looked like they didn't complete a pass for about 10 straight attempts.
Too many drop passes.
They did have a little bit of momentum towards the end of the 11-on-11 scrimmage.
There were spots.
There were spots, and Bo Nix, Spring and I were talking about this. I mean, he had the best throw of the day by far. He ripped it down the middle to Troy Franklin. That was an elite NFL-type throw. But I'm with you. Other than that, the offense really struggled today with consistency.
On Bo's 2-minute drive, it would have been a sack by DeAndre Tillman. And it's one of them plays where they just kind of let it go and, all right, now the ball's inside the 10. But there was 20 seconds left. That would have been a sack. They had no timeouts. Game would have been over. Now, in fairness, there's a lot of guys that took vet rest days, and I'm sure you guys have talked about that. Mm-hmm. So quite a few guys, including guys on the offensive line.
Oh, on the defensive side, too. No Pat Surtain, no Riley Moss, no Zach Allen, no Talanoa Hufanga.
Correct. And they're doing it kind of weird. Not weird, but those guys are all coming out here. They're doing stretch. They're going through the walkthroughs. And then it's like, all right, that's good. We're good. And you can either go in and change and come back out, or in J.K. Dobbins' case, he just kind of stood out here, even though he wasn't really participating in everything else that was going on.
You guys surprised that Bo Nix hasn't had a vet day yet so far here in camp?
No need.
With the ankle.
For a quarterback?
Well, with the ankle surgery over the offseason. I'm just curious if you guys are surprised by that.
I mean, we were talking about that going into this week, but the answer now is no.
With what? Because of how he's looked moving around.
The only reason he would take a rest day is if he had some arm soreness. And Davis Webb and VJ both acknowledge, hey, guys, This was the end of 10 practices in 11 days.
Yeah.
Okay, and this was the 10th of those practices. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense a little bit.
Well, I think they need all the rhythm they can get with Bo Nix at quarterback. Clearly, I mean, it hasn't been the best training camp offensively. They need all the reps and all the rhythm they can get with Bo. What good does any rhythm or rep with Jarrett Stidham do the ones?
None. By the way, Jarrett Stidham, 30 years old today. Is his birthday today. You know,
Happy birthday, Stiddy.
Yeah. You know, I don't want to be mean.
Well, now I feel bad because I was kind of dogging him earlier on in the show. I said I thought Sam Ehlinger was way better.
I think Ellinger's been better than Stidham.
I agree.
But you know what? Not by a ton. I'll tell you this. Today was a tough day to evaluate it because their receivers and tight end, they were dropping passes all over the place. So, Justin Jolie, man, bro. I mean, it's like right in your hands. You got to catch it. If you can't catch the ball as a tight end in your hands across the middle, what are we doing here? What are we doing? However, that being said, Pat Bryant, damn.
The best offensive player today.
No doubt.
For sure.
Mike,
easily.
you know what? Top to bottom, training camp might be Pat Bryant's training camp because he hasn't got hurt. He's been out here every day. He's made great plays and catches every single day. He talked to Kreckman and Lindahl, who's a good guy about that. I think Pat Bryant's been the camp MVP so far. How about that?
I think he's developing in front of our eyes into the no-question number 3 wide receiver on this football team. And eventually, and Springer and I were talking about this earlier, Spring thinks, correct me if I'm wrong, but Spring thinks he's going to be the eventual replacement for Courtland Sutton.
I'm right there with you.
And with how he's looked in this camp so far, boy, I think Pat Bryant, we are going to see, as long as he can stay healthy, I think we're going to see a huge sophomore leap and an excellent season from Pat Bryant.
Wasn't it kind of going in that direction, the AFC Championship game?
Of course, yeah.
That first drive, DMac,
right?
Spring, that first drive in the divisional round against Buffalo, they featured Pat Bryant in that first drive, and then he got hurt. But
was that against Buffalo?
That was against Buffalo, yes.
I thought that was against the Patriots.
No, that was Buffalo divisional. That's okay. But, yeah, he was like that first drive on offense in the divisional round against Buffalo. Pat Bryant was the featured guy, and we were at that game, and we're sitting there like, oh, my God, they're featuring Pat Bryant against Josh Allen and the Bills, a rookie wide receiver, and then he gets hurt. But that game, guys, I was sitting there watching like, oh, this kid's got something. Like, he's going to be on this team, an impactful player on this team for a long time.
Well, the interview with Nate Andy was kind of cool because he does look a little slimmed down but strong. You know what I'm saying? And good personality. Let out a curse word at the end, which is cool.
Yeah,
and
I dumped it.
Oh, did you?
Still went over the internet.
So, yeah, it's on the internet. It's on the old social media. But, yeah, we'll take it.
Nate Andy didn't give you a heads up, Spring?
No.
Oh.
Anyway.
And I played it, like, right as I got it, you know. It's one of those, like, rush to air things.
And he dropped it, like, right at the end.
Yeah.
Like so casually as well.
Sure.
But he's been not good, great out here. And Mims hurt. Waddle hurt. Sutton, the good soldier days. So you know what, Sutton? Every now and Sutton, he's just like, he's never wide open ever, is he? He's always in traffic. He's always got somebody around him. Like, you don't really see him just, like, open.
I thought he was pretty open in the 2-minute drill, deep out post route to Sutton, who kind of had to turn around and locate the football, high point it. Yeah. Looked like his feet kind of were tripping over themselves, and he falls as he tries to catch it, and he drops it.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a moment of the 2-minute drill. That was my one spot where I'm like, man, you got to have that one. And especially on a day where Pat Bryant's going off and Courtland Sutton makes a drop like that.
I think there were a lot of moments like that. This felt like this is the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter of training camp sort of thing. And the defense just had more pep in their step. Defense definitely won, by the way. You guys agree with me
overall,
on that?
100%. I liked what I saw in that 2-minute drill.
Out of
Bo. Started with little...
Okay. We disagreed on this earlier.
Yeah, little halfback out route to R.J. Harvey to get him going.
Yeah.
Then they took the shot to Sutton.
Yeah.
Then I think they ate a sack after that. But then they rebounded, or maybe it was a play.
It was a penalty or something. There was something like that, yeah.
But then they gave Cameron Ross a rep with the ones, which I thought was interesting. Hit him over the middle for 10 yards. Hit Franklin on the really nice route. And then, as time is winding down, they went Sutton left side, pylon of the end zone. McMillan got a hand in there to kind of break things up. But, despite
they were very generous with the clock at the end with Bo.
They were extremely generous overall with everything. Yes.
6 seconds. Incomplete. Oh, no. There's 1 second. There's a second left.
How convenient.
And I wanted them to try I wanted them to treat it like a game situation and put Brandon Jones out there for like a 30-yard field goal.
But it was 24-20. The score on the board was 24-20. So, I mean,
the fake score they had up there.
You wouldn't have done that. But I was a little thrown off by that drive, Dan and Spring, only because I was like, oh, man, Bo did get sacked there.
Yeah.
But we're all right, I'm rolling my eyes, but we're giving it to him now. It's inside the 10. So in my mind, like that shizzle got blown up way before it even got down there. At least Ellinger getting it to the 7-yard line was legit. Like that was for real. And it was weird because, well, it wasn't weird. There were 44 seconds left to go. So me and James Palmer and some of the other idiots up there were like, hey, you got to kill a little time here. The NFL, how are you going to manage that? Well, they managed it by throwing the ball away 4 times. And it was like, that was a little disappointing. Like, if you want to kill the clock a little bit to get that, like, under 10 seconds or so when you score, cool. That would be really, like, high-level stuff if you could do that. But to not even get it close from the 7-yard line, and by the way, it was Ellinger doing that 2-minute drive today. But yesterday, that was Stidham. They don't let the threes go with the 2-minute drive. So this Ellinger Stidham thing it's something. It's Stidham's definitely like a little above, but not by much, in my opinion.
They did the 2-minute with Bo and the ones, or Bo's group, and then they put Ellinger out there.
Yeah.
And his group. They didn't give Stiddy a 2-minute at all.
Not today, but yesterday they did. Not today.
Okay. So you think that's what it was?
Definitely.
Okay. That wasn't a message.
No. It was Stiddy. You got it yesterday. Ellinger, you got. Because they just don't rep the 2-minute drive 3 times.
Sure.
So that's their version of splitting it equally.
Okay.
So I wouldn't look. There's nothing else to look into. It's just that.
Ellinger, maybe this was the best throw of the day. It was Hakeem Butler down the left sideline.
How about that?
Yeah.
With total coverage, he was.
Yeah.
And he rose up, made a great catch. I sent out a group text to the chat, and Mike Sanford was just screaming how terrible Hakeem Butler was.
Yet Hakeem just made the play of the day.
And I'm like, I guess you got to be here.
Well, that's why I was confused. I'm like, well, are you just saying that in general, or are you talking about today? And if it's today,
well, all we're talking about is today, and today, that was probably the catch of the day today.
And
Brian had a couple good ones.
And the other one would have been Pat Bryant in the back right of the end zone. And Bo.
Down here.
Yeah, down here.
That was sick.
Yeah.
That was sick.
That was Bo. That was a desperation. It kind of reminded me of Russell Wilson. Like, oh crap, I'm rolling. I'm drifting back. I'm about to get sacked. Let's just float something up back right of the end zone. And
well,
Pat Bryant,
you guys must have had a great view
of it.
Yeah.
Pat Bryant.
Did he get his feet down?
That's the DT says he thinks
he did. It looked like he did to me, but it's hard to tell from over here. But it looked like
it's bang bang.
Well, it was a rainbow throw. It was way. And there were at least 2 corners all over.
There were 2 D-backs, and he put it right in the basket.
Well, the reason I think that they got it in is because the offense celebrated like he got in, and Pat Bryant is
of course
chest bumping.
Right, they're going to jump up and down no matter what.
That's what they did.
But they did. They were happy for him. He threw the ball way up in the air. Crowd goes crazy. Yeah, that was It was up there. That and Hakeem Butler's are probably the 2 best catches of the day, 2 best sort of moments. But God, there were so many other just like roll your eyes like eesh.
The offense really struggled today.
Earlier in practice, or in one of the earlier reps, Q Robinson absolutely blew up a bootleg. And he had Bo sacked. Bo was trying to escape it and roll out to his right, but Q had the speed.
Yeah.
Q had the speed, and Q got to him. So that moment stood out from Q Robinson.
Yeah. Good day. I mean, the defense is catching up. You can see the talent out there. VJ and boy, I'll tell you this: did not notice that Sean Payton wasn't here today. Who cares? I mean that. And they did. The coordinators talked about it. It's like, hey, we're kind of dialed in. Time to make the donuts. We know what we're doing. And it was scripted out. So the whole scrimmage thing is kind of another okay.
And again, I wasn't worried about today with Sean not being here because I was telling Spring earlier, DMac, VJ's been a head coach. He knows how this goes. Fine. He knows what he's doing when it comes to running these training camp practices. And, yeah, I'm with you. If you would have told me Sean Payton was here today and he wasn't at the Hall of Fame, I would have had no difference.
By the way, did you guys catch Michaela Schifrin out here today?
I saw you tweet it. I didn't see her, but I saw your tweet that she was out here.
Weird argument, but born in Colorado, greatest athlete of all time?
Well, Lindsey Vonn was born here too, right?
Michaela Schifrin has way more titles and medals than Lindsey Vonn, my friend.
Might be.
Might be the greatest individual Colorado-born athlete of all time.
Colorado native
athlete all time.
I mean, I'd always go to Chauncey Billups, but
good conversation to have.
I always have my Big Four brain on.
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian, let's talk about it. But you got to have some MVP. Well,
Christian's that you're just so lucky that Ed played here, right? That's why he's from here.
Got to come from somewhere,
right?
Yeah, you can make that argument for anybody.
Schifrin is arguably the greatest skier ever, of all time.
Yeah.
So is Christian McCaffrey the best running back of all time? Is Chauncey Billups the greatest basketball player of all time?
No.
But anyway, she was here, and she was here. So that's that.
Hell yeah, the stars come out.
Stars come out on Saturdays.
The new mascot Hall of Fame inductee Miles was here. Everybody's
this was
here.
All right, so a fun story. So Stiddy, whose birthday is today, and not the greatest of practices, and there's something interesting going on. He's got his two daughters, and he's standing next to the podium. Somebody goes, "How was the World Cup final?" "Oh, it was awesome and great." And all we hear from Stiddy, because he's holding his two daughters, is, "Where's Miles? Where's Miles?" So he was hanging out just so he could see the mascot with his two daughters. He had nothing to do with the media.
I think the daughters wanted to see him, right?
I think it was Stiddy.
Stiddy? Wanted to give him props for going in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, Stiddy was really into Miles today. The kids didn't care.
Wait, does the NBA have a mascot Hall of Fame?
No, it's just the mascot Hall of Fame.
Oh.
I think Rocky's already in.
Well, I was going to say, if Rocky's not in, if Miles gets in over Rocky,
how long
is
it going to take
here?
Dinger to get into the mascot Hall of Fame? What's going to have to happen there?
He's on that Todd Helton trajectory.
When the Rockies win a World Series, DMac, that's when it'll happen.
Oh, might be a minute for that. Lost the top 3-2.
Yeah,
it was close against the Cardinals.
Well, they out-hit them.
They out-hit them 10-4
significantly
and lost. Can you imagine you out-hit a team 10-4 and you lose?
That's the Rockies.
That was a different way to lose.
Yeah, good thing they didn't trade McCarthy or Moniak at the deadline.
I'm glad they didn't.
Really?
Yes. Yes, go Rockies. I'm having fun at their expense, but I can sense your cynicism and hatred.
Yeah. Well, they just don't fit into this window, I don't think.
What window would that be?
The 3 to 5 year plan.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Where are the White Sox? What plan are the White Sox in? Because they were the worst ever, and now they're leading their division 3 years later. What window?
I like what the Nationals did. Trading Luis Garcia to the Yankees, Foster Griffin to the Cardinals, or to the Guardians, excuse me. And the Nationals are like a 500 team said, no, we're still a little bit of a ways away. We're going to get rid of some dudes who had good seasons for us right now because we are still a few years away.
I read today, and I didn't realize this, it was like that horrible Mets team of the early 60s. No team in Major League Baseball history since the Mets, they're the only other ones, have lost 100 games 4 years in a row. So I know it sounds stupid, but it would be a 19-game improvement for the Rockies. That is and they need 18 more wins from now to the end of September. Guys, that is a good goal to have. If they could do that, are you not to say at least it's going in the right direction?
No, it is. It's been better. I just think that they're still a few years out.
I would just look at the White Sox and say, let's do that. Let's go from worst ever to playoff team in 3 years. And if the White Sox can do it, why couldn't the Rockies do it? Seriously, why couldn't they?
All right, well,
we'll see. We'll see.
Rockies talk here at Broncos training camp. Our coverage
You drug us into it.
I'd have traded Moniak and or McCarthy.
Well, they probably, but you keep going. They probably would have if they got equivalent value. But did you just want to ship them away for absolutely nothing?
Is Charlie Condon's coming up soon?
I got you, but would you ship them away for nothing?
I'd ship them away for something. For something.
For anything. But that's silly.
You pulled
silly.
You pulled TJ Rumfield out of an Angel Shivii deal. Like, just give me something.
Well, hopefully they have it with this pitcher they got for the it wasn't Hal, it was Vodnik deal or not, shoot, I forget.
They got the 8th overall prospect.
Adams. They think Adams could be a starting
and they
pitcher.
get the position player they got from the White Sox is their 8th best prospect. I can't believe they pulled that for Brenton Doyle. Like,
oh,
that's
Doyle.
Crazy.
It was Doyle.
It was Doyle?
It was Doyle for Adams, the pitcher, and the other guy. Yeah.
I can't believe they actually got a haul for Doyle. That's crazy.
Because the White Sox want to win now.
Yeah,
they're in a playoff mode.
It's a fool. You can trick yourself so
I don't
quickly,
know,
right?
but you're in first place, and it's the trade deadline. You're going to try to win.
Sure.
By the way, this is a go for broke Broncos team. You realize that, right?
Oh yeah.
Because we talked about it earlier. It was funny with Davis Webb. Not funny, but like. That guy's going to be a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got his presence, his knowledge, his background. Like, there is zero doubt that dude is going to be a head coach.
Yeah.
VJ, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't quite know. I mean, I think he might just go down as a really good defensive coordinator. He certainly has the respect of some amazing players that all sing his praises. I'm not sure. But Davis Webb is going to get at least a shot. No doubt about it.
All right, let's talk more about the Davis Webb offense that we saw today, plus some of what we saw on defense. I want to talk cornerback when we come back. What we saw and maybe what we didn't see today. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner, and DMac are out at Broncos training camp on Altitude Sports Radio.
Bo's played well. He's been accurate. He's moving very well. That's a great sign. But his deep ball touch has been really off the charts this training camp. And I know Sean wants to make more big plays this year, and it's there. It's happened in training camp. It's been 2 a day. I don't like it, for our defense, but I get it. Big picture wise, it's so good for our team to watch him be so explosive with Watto and Evan and those guys. So it's been competitive. It's been a great camp on both sides, and both playing well.
It's Vance Joseph on Bo Nix. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner, and DMac out of Broncos training camp. Our coverage presented to you by Ramos Law. And, I guess as I think about it right now, because Bo got flushed out to his right, or, pockets collapsed on him a lot today. I think he's moving well. Like, the ankle looks good. But, it dawns on me, Mike McGlinchey, veteran rest day. It was Frank Crum at right tackle. And I think Jonathan Cooper kind of ate his lunch today.
Okay.
I'll
take your word for it.
I think that impacted Bo's ability to get space, especially rolling out to the right.
Yeah, he was definitely facing a lot of pressure early on. I thought Q Robinson had a couple of good rushes on the quarterbacks today. But
and on Crum, Q Robinson being Crum.
That's right. But I thought that was an interesting cut there, guys, from Vance Joseph. He said, quote, Bo Nix deep ball has been, quote, off the charts, according to Vance Joseph so far in training camp, and he said the offense wants to be more explosive this year, and they will be.
Yeah.
We did see Spring and I did see a deep ball earlier on in practice today from Bo. That was a major overthrow. Didn't see any deep ball connection, like deep rainbow ball connections today from Bo Nix, but
really only had that one.
Yeah,
and it was to Michael Bandy, who was draped. He was completely blanketed in coverage. I think to Bo's credit, you do want to overthrow that thing. You do want to put it beyond, no interception. Don't leave it short.
But Bo's arm strength is ankles. There's no worries about that. He can make every throw. He can make every single NFL throw you can think of.
He's got an elite NFL arm. That's where I'm at with Bo Nix.
I'll tell you this, too, because we're laughing about it. It's like sometimes in training camp, it is a little tricky to see who the better quarterback is sometimes. That is not the case out here.
No question.
I mean, it's not even close.
Big drop off from him too.
How much better he is.
And I was telling Spring earlier, DMac, I think Bo Nix in his first 2 years entering year 3, his arm has gotten significantly stronger than it was even in college, which we've seen. I mean, Tom Brady's arm got stronger in the NFL. Like, this is a thing that can happen going from college to the pros. They can get – their arm strength can not only improve a little, it can improve significantly. And I think we're seeing Bo Nix. He has developed into an elite NFL arm. He's not up there with Josh Allen and the Caleb Williams of the world, but he's in that tier right underneath those guys.
He's right there. I think he's being overlooked in general, but that's okay. Listen, put that chip on. Got to have some sort of chip on your shoulder. But my prediction is, and you're slowly starting to hear it in the national media. You are. Like, hey, what about the Broncos, man? Like, or shouldn't we be talking about the Broncos? I'm starting to see that spark up a little bit.
You mean the team that was in the AFC Championship game?
That's why it's so insane. They were in the AFC Championship game. They
would have heard of these Denver Broncos.
They would have beaten the Patriots if Bo Nix was in there. They would have been in the Super Bowl.
So don't you think it's crazy that in every offseason poll and everything, like if you want to look at like mock drafts, they're drafted 20? Okay.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think they're being overlooked?
I think they were looked at as lucky last year, and I think they got lucky to a degree, but I think winning and coming through in the clutch isn't luck. I think there's a lot of talent with that. What you have to do is try to figure out how to maximize sort of that running around, sort of improv talent earlier in the games than later in the games to fit in. But that's just a learning process of getting to know each other and figuring things out, experience, and the coaches and all that. But they're prime guys right now. I mean, knocking on wood with health, right? And a lot of that is conditional on Jalen Waddle being healthy and good to go. So, because you can tell when he's not out here.
That's exactly where I was going to go. And I said to Dan when the offense was struggling for the better part of practice that, it reminded me of, moments when they'd struggle for the bulk of the season until late. They started to figure things out a little bit late in the season. But you'd watch this offense and you'd think, man, like they could just use that weapon that could help bail them out a little bit. And it makes me think they got to have Jalen Waddle out there
and
change situations.
And Mims isn't quite the same, but Mims is a big-time impact player too, who could do nothing all game, and all of a sudden it could be something incredibly dramatic. Waddle, I think, is just a little bit more consistent, but Mims isn't out here either. Sutton is just he's that possession guy, man. He's
third
just,
down guy.
Yeah, it's just nothing fancy, very reliable,
when the offense is out of rhythm and, they're getting pressured and they're struggling to run the ball and the receivers aren't getting separation, having a Jalen Waddle can just bail you out. They can spark one. You can be out of rhythm, but just get Waddle in space on one play, find him, it can change everything.
And how much better is Bo Nix going to look, if he has that weapon as well?
And how much better is he going to look on the deep balls like VJ was talking about with a guy like Jalen Waddle? And I was telling Spring this earlier, DMac, one of the main things I don't like about Jalen Waddle not being out here during this time of training camp. Look, I get it. There's 5 weeks until Monday Night Football against Kansas City. I understand. But what disappoints me about him not being able to be out here now is getting that rapport with Bo and getting the timing down with a guy like Jalen Waddle, especially on the deep balls where Bo's going to know, okay, here's how far ahead of Jalen Waddle I can throw it, where I know he's going to be able to catch up to it and complete the pass, and that's what's going to be interesting to see how long it takes for that to develop early on.
Let me give you a quick Sean Payton quirky story, because I know you want to talk about cornerbacks. So last Saturday, because this is the only time all camp that I get to go do, muggle crap and be with the stinky horde up there, which I like doing. So I'm up there last Saturday, and Sean Payton, I told you that riser, the podium, it's level, but it's steeper on if you're looking at the right-hand side than the left-hand side because the concrete goes down. So they've built it where it's like a 3-inch rise on the left side, but a deeper, fall off on the other side. So last week, Sean goes to step off, and he's a 63-year-old guy. Well, a lot of 63-year-old guys have a hard time taking a step. I think that would topple Hastings. And he goes to step off, and he kind of stumbles a little bit right in front of me and Kliss. And he goes, that's 6 inches too high. And he wasn't wrong. And it looked like he was actually right on that. Saturday later, 2 steps leading up that podium right now. So they're not
emails were sent. Butts were chewed out.
So everything gets looked at. So now up there, because of that 6 steps too high, there are now a couple of easy steps. You can walk right up to that podium.
This is a Peyton Manning, the grass is a quarter of an inch too tall kind of attention to detail we're getting from Sean Payton.
Just the minutia of detail here at Broncos Park on everything.
Which, by the way, is that a bad thing?
No.
I like that there's an attention.
I think it's
to
a great
like
metaphor for Sean Payton. The
Yes.
funny thing is he goes, oh, man, that's too high. 6 inches too high. Like, there's an exact amount, and he measured it exactly at that moment. And by the way, he wasn't wrong. Sean says a lot of crap that, he gets, roasted for, but how many times has he just been, wrong? So when he says Jalen Waddle's going to be back in 4 or 5 days, I'm like, okay, I guess we'll be back in 4 or 5 days.
We saw him walking out here today, everyone, Jalen Waddle, and the limp that we saw in the video a couple days ago that Zach Stevens put out, Tyler retweeted, the limp was noticeably – it was gone. I didn't see a limp from Jalen Waddle.
And he wasn't wearing a sleeve today.
He was not wearing a compression sleeve.
Yeah,
so good progress.
By the way, Surtain got a vet day. Good guy's good with that. Surtain got a vet day.
Yeah, totally.
Well, help the offense out a little bit, too,
Yeah.
You don't have Waddle.
Not enough.
You don't have Mims. You don't need Surtain out there, too, to make matters even worse.
Oh, can you imagine if Surtain was in there
I
today,
think
guys?
Riley Moss had a – did Riley Moss have
Riley Moss had a day off. Yeah, he didn't
So you had both your starting cornerbacks not out there today, and the offense struggled that much.
Yeah.
Now, granted, they didn't have Waddle or Mims, so kind of a trade-off.
True.
Yeah, and so let's see. Jaquan McMillan had the pass breakup at the end of practice. Abrams Drain broke one up. I think it was on Sutton. It was one of those, late, get your hands in there. Okay. Break it up. But Abrams Drain also, he did get beat on another one. Fine. Abrams Drain made a play.
Okay.
McMillan made a play. Still waiting for Jahdae Barron to make a play in practice.
I feel like we're going to be waiting on that for a long time. Where's he going to play? What position? Where's he going to be?
He's the backup nickel. That's what he is right now. He is the backup nickel to McMillan.
I'm getting a little tired of trying to figure out, Jahdae Barron's life. I mean, he ain't fitting in. What can I tell you?
How good would Omarion Hampton look in the backfield right now? I know this is revisionist history.
And look, Barron should have factored in more today without Surtain and Moss.
Right.
That's right.
And the only time I noticed Barron was an out route to Michael Bandy, and Bandy beat him on the out route.
Doesn't he look
Michael Bandy is beating Jade Barron.
Well, they're about the same size, so maybe that makes sense. To me, when I just look at Jade Barron out here playing corner, I'm like, that guy is tiny, man. That is a small dude. And listen, I understand small guys at corners have played for
McMillan's
years.
a small dude.
I know, and so I agree. But you got to be pretty special.
Sure.
And those corners who are smaller dudes are pretty special. Or, you know what? Be 6'1", which, that's Riley Moss, that's Pat Surtain, and then that's where the NFL is going in that direction. Extraordinary athletes, okay? All extraordinary. But those tiny corners, I don't know, man. You just don't see them all that often these days. I'm not saying they don't exist or haven't or whatever.
Sure.
But
Chris Harris, probably one of the best.
But at least Chris
corners.
was like 5'11" or 5'10" or something. I mean, Chris Harris?
Yeah.
What do you think Barron goes?
I'm going to look that up.
I'll go 5'10". Maybe that's generous.
Yeah, I think you're being generous, man.
And they're always going to be generous on their, official measurements.
Chris was a little short, but Chris was very stout, though, too. Harris was and he was more of a nickel corner anyway. He wasn't an outside guy. Not really.
Barron's listed at 5'11".
They're always very generous with that.
Right.
Well, technically, he's listed at 5'10" and 3/4 inches. If you want to be that precise.
Okay. Well, you know
he
what?
was the soccer ref at the photo at the end of the World Cup, where the soccer ref got on his tippy toes. You see that guy?
That guy.
That was Jade Barron on measurement day.
Yeah, we're not going to notice you getting on your toes, dude.
You're okay. Nobody cares that you're shorter than the other refs.
I'm not really worried about corners, though, guys. Is there any position
I'm
you guys...
not worried at all. I just, the capital that they spent on Jade Barron
yeah,
it's a little, I'll say disappointing that he's been ho-hum here in this camp. Like, this is a big opportunity for him.
You can't get them all right. They've had other draft picks that have been sensational. So, I mean, it sucks kind of missing on a first-rounder, but it was a late first-rounder, and he had fallen from projections. So, I mean, I understand the argument for it. And that's what Leggy says. If a guy falls that far and you have a draft grade that high, like, you have to take him no matter what.
Yeah, they had him in the top 10.
Freaking Brent Austin, an undrafted cornerback out of Cal, had a great play at corner today.
He was more noticeable. He was more noticeable than Jade Barron was today.
Yeah, I agree. I looked him up, too. I had my eyes on him.
Abrams Drain, is past Barron. Brent Austin's
Whoever
making a play, and
right.
Barron's not.
Yep.
But hey, maybe he's a gamer. Maybe it's because I feel like he had a couple.
Or we won't see.
Or will there even be playing time for the guy? Sean Payton is very adamant he's not a safety. He's not a safety. And maybe you give him a look there just to get him some freaking playing time.
That's definitely not going to happen now.
Of course it's not. He's going to dig his heels in on that one.
There's no doubt about it. There's zero doubt about that.
All right, Broncos training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're going to wrap up our coverage here on this Saturday next.
to Sean Payton. I miss our dot meetings, Coach. The night before every game, talking through every play, every situation, every matchup in the greatest of detail. I would literally ask Sean, hey, Coach, when do you think you'll call this play? He would squint his eyes and purse his lips. You know that look. Second quarter, across midfield, probably 47-yard line, 2nd and 10, left hash, left middle maybe. They'll never expect it. Precise, instinctive. Coach, you were brilliant. I saw myself as an extension of you on that field. I always had something to prove to you, and I always wanted to make you right. And I know you trusted me, and that allowed us both to be great.
That was Drew Brees at the Pro Football Hall of Fame today, thanking Sean Payton and giving love to Sean Payton. It's a big part of the success in his career with the New Orleans Saints. Sean Payton presented Drew Brees into the Hall of Fame today, and it appears it was a video package of Sean talking and running through the accolades and giving love to Drew Brees. They didn't want to give Sean a live mic, apparently.
Smart.
He would have gone on for 20 minutes. And it would have been like, we got a schedule we got to keep here.
Couple of interesting things there from Drew.
Relative to our television window.
I do just want to say a little behind the scenes here for everybody. When you're hearing, at least on my show, on PhD, when you're hearing a clip from Sean Payton, unless it's live, it is heavily edited. And what I mean by that is I'm not cutting out certain things he actually says. I'm taking out the 10-second pauses, the the wells, the you-knows. And those, I'm taking out that. So when you hear a 40-second clip that we play on PhD from noon to 3 from Sean Payton, if you hear a 40-second clip, just keep it in your mind, the back of your mind. That clip was actually about 1:20. Okay, that's kind of what I'm getting.
Listen.
So my point is, Spring, good call not allowing Sean to have the live mic at Drew Brees' induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I leave him unedited. I want people to understand that Sean's really thinking. That Sean's he's going through something in his head. I think that's an important part of the story to tell with Sean Payton.
I get anxiety listening to the long pauses.
Relative
and I think my guys at least get impatient when Sean's doing that.
Makes me laugh, makes me smile. So no Sean Payton out at practice today. His practice wrapped up just under 2 hours ago. It was Davis Webb and Vance Joseph and Darren Rizzi show. And, I theorized before practice that maybe not having Sean here, well, it was a chance for Davis Webb, to do his thing, his way, and that if the offense would succeed, it would reflect very well for Davis Webb. Well, the offense was fine. It was about the same offense you'd have seen so far in camp. So, at least with that sample size of one day, I can't see any. Sean is holding back Davis Webb thing. No, maybe Sean needs to be here, actually.
Okay. Real quick, going back to the Drew Brees thing, Spring. Drew Brees said he wanted to be an extension of Sean on the field, and he wanted to make Sean right. Just hearing Drew Brees talk about Sean, Drew Brees loves Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that Bo Nix doesn't love Sean. It definitely has seemed – it seemed at various points throughout Bo's early NFL career that he's gotten or been frustrated with Sean. Do you think that ultimately Bo Nix and Sean Payton I'm not even talking necessarily on the field, but do you think Bo Nix and Sean Payton will have that same sort of relationship that Drew Brees had with Sean Payton, to where, if this is a big if because we've got a long ways to go, but if Bo were to get into the Hall of Fame, is he having that sort of emotional connection in his speech with Sean Payton if that were to happen?
So Drew, he was a Charger, and then he played well. Nothing crazy, though. And then he got hurt and entered free agency, and the Dolphins were interested, and then he ended up signing with the Saints. And like I said, Drew was he played well with the Chargers, but wasn't lighting the world on fire. I think he completely bought in to Sean's coaching, and Sean had cachet and respect from having success as the offensive coordinator, with the Cowboys, and he was with the Giants, and he coached under Parcells, and Drew just bought in, and Sean helped take him to another level. But what was Drew, like a second-round pick?
He was.
Career could have easily flamed out. I think Drew saw an opportunity to buy in and hope that it would take his game to another level, whereas Bo is a 12th overall pick. Now, you're right. Like, you hear Bo talk in the last year, and he kind of throws some backhanded shade at Sean a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
And really props up Davis Webb. Look, Sean's more old school, and he's going to be more stern, and he's going to demand and expect a lot, and Davis is younger, a little more relatable, probably not as hard on Bo Nix, but maybe sometimes what you do need is the hard coaching. I do think, look, is Bo where he is if Sean didn't believe in him, as a prospect? Probably not.
It's a great question.
Probably not.
What does Bo Nix look like if he were to be drafted by the Vikings at number 10? Now, Kevin O'Connell is a great offensive mind in the NFL. Maybe that's a bad example. What does Bo Nix look like if he was drafted at 8 by the Falcons? I think that's kind of where you're going. Like, does Bo Nix look like he has in his first 2 years if he was taken 8 by the Falcons versus 12 by the Broncos?
And Davis Webb, like this, he might be a head coach after this year. We've talked about this over the course of the show. Sean's going to be here, and Bo is Sean's guy. Maybe it's a younger generation thing. There's a lot of, speculation and going into people's heads here, and, maybe taking a comment or two out of context. It seemed like Bo was perturbed about the predisposed thing, and Bo has made comments about, the length of play calls, but there's slight comments. Maybe we're reading too much into that. But look, Sean Payton is a very good offensive coach, and he can develop quarterbacks, and he's developed Bo Nix. I think he's turned Bo Nix into more than, a 5-year guy at Oregon who was just an okay talent would have been otherwise.
Yeah, he was a projected second-round pick. If you go back a couple years ago,
sure.
Bo Nix was a projected second-round pick. There were a lot of people around the NFL that were very surprised how high he got drafted, except for Sean Payton. Sean Payton has said, this will be a big question with Sean and Bo Nix forever. Like, if the Broncos had the first pick in that draft, is he taking Bo Nix?
Sure.
Because he has said that he would have.
Uh-huh.
Now, I know that DMac has said that the Broncos really like Jaden Daniels as well, but I believe Sean when he says that. I believe Sean said that Bo Nix was their guy. He was their favorite quarterback in what's looking like could be a historic quarterback class from the 2024 NFL draft. And that's how Sean felt about Drew Brees. It is a little different circumstance, but Drew Brees almost went to the Dolphins after the Chargers. Mm-hmm. Sean Payton called him and said, no, we want you. Like, you are my guy. And obviously it was the right decision, and that's how Sean felt about Bo Nix in the draft.
Yeah, and anything Sean does, it's to win. It's not personal. It's not to hurt your feelings on purpose. It is to make you a better NFL quarterback to help you win. All right, that is going to do it for us here today at Broncos Training Camp. Thank you to Jesse Trujillo helping us sound good. Chris Mitchell producing this back at the studio. DMac for stopping by. For Dan Tanner, I am Mark Springer. Our training camp coverage will continue Monday at 6 a.m. with Brett Kane throughout the entire day. It's another training camp day of Altitude Sports Radio on Monday. We'll talk to you then.